Please take our seats. Good morning. Thank you, and welcome back to this conference on personalized medicine, organized by the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology on behalf of the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation and the Institute of Health Carlos III. I'm Veronica Polo, and I will be your host for today. Today, we can start directly with the second axis, focused on infrastructures and data platforms for personalized medicine. And what better way to begin than with a roundtable about data ecosystems that enable personalized medicine. Marco Marsella, head of eHealth, Wellbeing and Aging Unit at the Directorate General for Communications Network, Content and Technology of the European Commission, will moderate a talk that will show different European data initiatives contributing towards creating a health data ecosystem and how this data-related initiatives complement each other. I invite Marco Marsella onto the stage. Welcome. Joining him will be Juan Arenas. A big round of applause. Luis Martí Bonmatí. Elina Drakvik, Mario Jendrosek, Ignacio Blanquer, and Juan González.
So, good morning. You got a preference?
I think that we have to go by order. So you have to go there?
I have to go there. Okay. Yeah. We can start the day with a great panel that will actually discuss how do we bring together different initiatives to realize probably the infrastructure for accessing data in Europe that is so necessary for personalized medicine. So I thought about this introduction and I thought, so how do I start it? And I don't know whether this will please you, but I thought that I would start as I would have started 4 years ago. I think data is the oil of this transformation, you see? Oil. So now we have a new gadget around, which is the energy. So now we have the oil and the energy. The oil is the data, and the energy, it's a mix between artificial intelligence and high-performance computing. So if I take that as a basis for what we are going to do in personalized medicine, I think that this panel here represents very well what we would need to create, to make sure that we do have a fair, transparent, and very, let's say, democratic access to that data to support personalized medicine. Now, when we launched the digital transformations of health and care some years ago, in 2018, we focused very much on the importance of data. Not only data, for the sake of creating the data, but actually making sure that those who need it, they have the way, a lawful access to it in the best possible way. And you may remember that we divided that job into making sure that, hospitals can exchange data, for instance, across borders, but we also injected an important component of research into new data. At that time, it was genomics. And we started to discuss about the infrastructure to access that data. Now, at that time, and over these years, we realized how important it is that if you want to make access to data fair and, they say, lawful, we do it because we need to gain the trust of the citizens, the trust of the operators. And when we are talking about health data, we are talking about very sensitive data. If we talk about genetic data, then genomics data, it's even hypersensitive. So the way in which our colleagues and this community is working, it is multidisciplinary by nature. And there are 3 dimensions that from a policy perspective are fundamental. So certainly the first one is that you have a strong reference into regulations so that everybody knows how and what should be done, again, to ensure trust. And if you go along that line, say, the European Health Data Space is one, that it's coming up, but the Data Act, it's already the first one to, level the playgrounds for the researchers, especially for the reuse of data, So even this, for instance, these provisions for altruism and donating data for research, it is already embedded in that piece of regulation. And the European health data space will come in with additional, say, elements to favor exactly that exchange of data in primary and for secondary use. But you also need a very strong basis for privacy, so the GDPR, but for security, and I mean cybersecurity. For instance, the work that we are doing with the Cybersecurity Act. And because oil and energy go hand to hand together, we should not forget the importance of having an ethical approach to artificial intelligence. So if you take regulations and then we move to the infrastructure, you see that the importance now is, and this panel reflects that, the importance is to have a backbone of technological solutions that allow access to data, and then verticals that specialize in elements that are of importance for us. So that's why we have in this panel, say, those who work on EOSC, say, sector agnostic, and those that work in genomics and cancer imaging. And the idea would be to exchange views because the challenges essentially will be the same. So we will be here the challenges and also some of the solutions. And the third point, so regulations, infrastructure is collaboration. And again, this panel is very well assembled to provide an answer to that because collaboration goes beyond, say, the researcher or those that develop technologies, but includes collaborations with stakeholders that, for instance, at government level have to support that, those who will provide insights on the ethical grounds to make sure that the technological solutions are acceptable from a policy point of view. So, to be very honest, I'm very honored to be here with you today because, we have a panel of presenters that can actually touch upon those points from the various dimensions that I illustrated now. We will start with the infrastructure plus the verticals. And we have Juan Arenas, who is head of project management at Elixir, but mainly he's involved in the project GDI, that is the backbone of the 1 Million Genomes Infrastructure Initiative that he will tell us in a while. And Professor Luis Martin Bonmati, who is by the way, he's from Valencia, so thank you very much for this invitation in your city. He is director of the medical imaging department and also chairman of radiology at La Fe University and the Polytechnical Hospital in Valencia. And he is the coordinator of the project that is, again, the backbone of the Cancer Imaging Initiative. That is, as he will explain, is a backbone to provide data to somebody else that can do AI on that data lawfully. So these verticals will be then condensed by the other two panelists, Elina Drakvik and Mario Jendorsek. Well, Elina, she works in a project which is very important for the future of the European health data space / secondary use, that is TEDAS, that is a joint project with member states, and Elina, she's data specialist at CITRA, that is at the forefront of development, by the way, of accessing to secondary data in Europe. And Mario, he works, it is very timely, his presence here, because he works at the French Health Data Hub, which is one of these projects of a significance also in terms of policy / financial involvements that is opening up health data to the various stakeholders in France, and we will be listening to that. And the second block, it will be Ignacio Blanquer, who is professor of computer science at the Polytechnical University of Valencia, but he is here representing the board of directors of EOSC, that is the infrastructure for accessing, say, open science, and he will be talking about the components of the project. And then we hear from Juan Gonzalez, who is head of the biocomputing unit at the Aragon Institutes of Health Science, who will be talking about, say, the reflections that the community has on reusing the components of the EOSC in the context of the European health data space. So, with any further ado, I give the floor to
Juan. So let me see if I can go to the next slides. Don't think they're still loaded. Can I have the slides, please? Well, yeah, I think we went too far. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to introduce European Genomic Data Infrastructure Project, and I want to start actually why we are here and what is the main purpose of this. As we know, vast amount of genomic information and health data is generated in the healthcare systems, and with the infrastructure is there or will be there to help mobilize that data so it can get into the hands of the researchers to generate new knowledge that will be transformed then in innovation, and that innovation will use to personalize prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. And that's the main output that we want to accomplish. And of course, we will not be able to do this without the I+D+i initiative that started in 2018 with 13 countries that signed the declaration. Today we have 26 countries that are part of the effort, and also huge support from the Commission that allow us to have two different projects. B1NG project, that is the one that has been supported in the design and testing phase, will end at the end of the month, and the European Genomic Data Infrastructure that we just started in November last year. From the first project, we are getting all the guidelines, recommendations, standards, and reference implementations that can be used to manage genomic information. And that can be used in a single institution, in a European project, or in this case, to support the I+D+i in the aim to open the healthcare data for researchers. This framework is up and running. We still will make changes until the end of the month, bringing the last deliverables. But it's there for everyone to understand how we are building things, and so they can trust the system and criticize the system if needed, and provide feedback and help us to keep improving it. And this will be live for a while. It's never going to be really end. It's something that we need to adapt also with the output from the projects that are here, because there will be interesting things coming from this project that we will have to incorporate. All this is coming into the European Genomic Data Infrastructure. Again, this is a project to support the I+D+i ambition. And in particular, this project is focused on realizing the data infrastructure and bringing that to be fully operational. And we can do that without the countries. And the countries has committed by 2026, 15 of them has committed to be fully operational. That means they will have the national node established and interconnected at the European level, and they will be able to answer requests to provide access to data. 3 of these countries that initially joined the project are committed to have established the national node, and they will do the best to have also that integrated, but at least they will have the national node up and running. And then 2 additional countries from the initial 20 commit to be on onboarding, but then we are bringing another 4 countries in November that will also reach the initial state where they will go through the design and testing phase and being able to define the requirements, find the resources and the funding that they need to actually move to the next stage, that is the deployment. And one important milestone for us is next year, because by the end of the year, we need to show this up and running in 6 different countries, so we will be able to demonstrate how this works in practice. The project is set around 3 pillars, and the coordination, that is the responsibility of Elixir. In the first pillar, the goal is to make it last, so that's where the member state representatives are coming to create the legal entity that will keep running this in the future, and to find the funding that will also sustain this. In the second pillar, where most of the resources are focused, we are working on the deployment and the operation of this infrastructure. And in the third pillar, we are looking at the components that we still are missing, or we could be missing to support the use cases that need to benefit from the infrastructure. And at the moment, we are focused on cancer, infectious disease of the genome of Europe, but they are not the only ones that we are considering. Going forward, this is, of course, impossible without the experts at the European level coming together to realize this. This was the meeting in March, but we have a follow-up meeting next week in Rome, where we will have 95 experts from 20 countries coming together, and we will have more advanced nodes that have already deployed the solutions, helping the other nodes that still have to do it, and coming together to speed up the deployment of the whole infrastructure, and also share the knowledge and build capacity. The way that this works, if we go in this figure bottom up, the nodes has now a solution, that is starter kit that they are deploying, In the second level, we provide European level connectivities through the Beacon network, where anyone will be able to go and run a phenotypic or a genetic query and find data that is available in any of the nodes. And later next year, probably around June, we'll be able to release the user portal that is fully compatible with the European Health Data Space with the Health Data EU, and that means that any data set that we upload into the infrastructure will be automatically appear on the European Health Data Space too, facilitating the interconnection between the infrastructure. I'm not going to stop here because it's a busy slide, but I want just to call attention to the third column, where we have tackled the solutions that are already in production. So many of the software that we are releasing is nothing new. It has been developed by the community in the past 10 years. It has been tested and is in production in different countries. Of course, we are not alone, and that's also tackles some of the questions that, or the points that Marco made at the beginning. We need to work with all the initiatives that are going to need to manage genomic information, and we need to help them to manage it in the best possible way. And here is where we really need interoperability at all levels, across all the infrastructures to facilitate access to the researchers, to all the data that is going to be made available. And I think this my last slide, just to remember how important for us is the contribution for the countries. We cannot do that without the commitment from the countries. And the European Genomic Infrastructure Project is a 40 million project, but it's 50% co-funded. So the countries are coming supporting the institute to make this a reality. And that will help to benefit all citizens when we have this finally implemented. And I think that was my last slide.
Thank you. Thank you. Luis.
Well, thanks a lot for the presentation. And I will just take your words that we are not alone. We are collaborating. No? That's the, let's say, DNA of EUCAIM, and I'm so happy. I'm sharing with Elixir and with Ignacio Blanquer from the high performance computing and the technical aspect of the infrastructure. And what I will try to summarize is what are we doing and what are we constructing in this European infrastructure project, which is EUCAIM, the cancer images infrastructure. And just to put the topic on the table, our understanding is that we are able not only to provide images on cancer to pick up the tumor, stage, grade, and evaluate treatment effects. Also, we do think that we can extract data, which is handy from the images that will constitute what we understand is the phenotype imaging. That means the expression of the tissue or the tumor, which is based on the genetic behavior and profiles, but also on the epigenomic and the so many different exposomes that will modify, also coming from the stroma and the patients, the behavior of those tumors. And to do that, we need to go deeper into a descriptive analysis, discovering new patterns of expression, compare significances with what we are doing today, and also try to predict prognostic outcomes from these tumors on a quite personalized way. And at the end, we have to compare to a standard of care. We have to link whatever radiomics models are obtained with the clinical models information. We, of course, have at the end to integrate data to be more precise on our predictions. And we do understand we should provide a diagnostic gain. I mean, whatever is obtained after applying medical images to patients will have to be better than what we were doing before. And not only that, we have to make, let's say, an independent validation, which is a reality check. That's what we are doing, and the models we are obtaining, the radiomic features we do have, the phenotype expression, what will happen with that when we apply with real-world data. And to do that, we are extremely used on the last, let's say, 15 years to these precise clinical prediction models, where we do have, of course, clinical hypotheses on the so many different hallmarks of cancer, on the personalized approach. Then we are deeply based on medical imaging as phenotype expression, but we have to go into detection of the organs, segmentation of the lesions, extraction of features, then harmonization of those features, integration with whatever other clinical, molecular, pathological, and genetic information we do have on those patients, and at the end, linking all that data to the endpoints we want to estimate. I mean, will these patients with this tumor respond to this specific treatment, or which is the biological behavior we do expect from that case we do have in front of us. So at the end, is bringing to the benefits of the patients what we are extracting from medical imaging and integrating with the other information. And the two main axes of this infrastructure or initiative are based first on a storage of anonymized huge amount of medical images, and we really need to link all the fragmented data sets that already exist coming from the so many different projects, programs, and infrastructures to allow researchers to harmonize images, avoid the influence of the protocols, parameters, vendors on the features we do want to extract, and in some way make a reproducible science, which is something on the, let's say, weak part of what today we do have or we do see in radiomics extraction. But also, I mean, that will be nice to have a huge, big number of millions of medical images to do AI and high-performance computing on those images to have reproducible science, but we understand real-world data is other thing. I mean, we every day are generating a huge amount of information and medical images on the hospitals, and we want to link that new information on that to increase that data set, but also to have curated, adequate information from patients to prove whatever models we do obtain. And this is the overall infrastructure. On the right way, we do have the central repository, which is anonymized, linking that huge amount of fragmented repositories coming from projects, but also infrastructures, clinical trials, biobanks. And on the left part, we do have our observational real-world data studies, also cancer screening programs, and also data altruism pilot studies that we want to take care on their architecture, on their data warehouse architecture to allow fast, extremely fast observational real-world data studies linking medical imaging with all the other relevant information. So integrated and standardized issues are extremely relevant on what we are, we do understand that we will be able to provide not only for the construction of the project, but also on the long-term link to, again, whatever existing projects on research, whatever new observational studies linking hospitals on real-world data scenarios, also on screening programs. We want to use medical imaging for breast, lung, prostate to facilitate the early prediction of risk or even small tumors or maybe changes in the stroma that will be linked to tumor development, and also on data altruism coming from patients, which is another part of the project. So we are so happy. We linked the first release of the platform, thanks again to Professor Blanquer, because he was pivotal in this first prototype. And we are extremely happy that now we have, so at least those projects linking to the AI for Health Imaging Initiative and the European Commission that are already linked to the project. We have more than 200,000 images that can, let's say, start the pilot of knowing what's going to happen with new users. How can we approach new partners and new stakeholders on this business of allowing researchers, institutions, and patients to be linked with medical imaging and integrated data on these prediction models. I mean, what's happening with me that I do have these specific tumors today. And this is the web page. Most of the final developments will be based not only on the central repository, but also on a federated approach with federated AI architectures and developments trying to harmonize medical imaging for reproducibility of the prediction models we are developing and linking basic and clinical research for the benefit of the patients. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Juan and Luis. So it's clear that these two projects, per se, that they are facing two challenges, the same constituency, they face the same challenge. The first one is that they have to deal with situations where data is totally fragmented, not only in one country, but in regions / across member states. And the second challenge is that you want to make use of that data by somebody else. So the first case is certainly the genomics, and I guess that this constituency one day will be using that infrastructure for pursuing the purpose, your own research projects. And the same, as Luis, you were mentioning, is for giving access to this data to develop new, say, artificial intelligence applications. So questions that I have for you are in two dimensions, because when you open up access to data to third parties, it's not only a technological problem. It is an organizational issues. There are legal constraints, ethical constraints. So the questions to you are, the first one, how did you put together different minds that are speaking different languages, lawyers, technologists, and how do you overcome that? And the second one, how do you see this third party using it? So what are the expected benefits in these two projects that you see for others that are not those that develop the infrastructure? One.
Yeah, I think in our case, we are very lucky to have the I+D+ initiative already up and running, where we have this group of national experts working across all these challenges. So we have the people working on LC, people working on technical standards, on data quality. We also have the use cases there. So we learn from them what is the reality in the different countries and how we can better support enabling the access to that data. That also pushes us to develop an infrastructure that is fully federated, so you can adapt to the reality of different countries. If you have a single site, like some northern countries, or you have a fully federated country where you have a number of regions that have also the ownership of the data, you can use this infrastructure to fill your topology to national topology, and that's critical that they understand that this infrastructure will adapt to their needs. And the other thing that we are doing is through the I+D framework that I just showed during the presentation, is providing transparency about how this data is going to be used, how we are going to mobilize the data, what is the standard. So anyone can go there, can see what are the recommendations, can see what are the implementations, and can help us to improve that. And I think that's critical to get the trust and the confidence of the users on accessing this data. And then we have ways to enable that. That's mostly in Pillar 3, where we're going to be able to bring their models into the infrastructure and help them to run the analysis inside the infrastructure.
Thank you.
On our understanding, we were so happy because we were working maybe 3 years before we started with this project on the AI for Health Imaging network of researchers on legal, ethical, medical imaging, clinicians, clinical impact aspects of this initiative, so that facilitate the understanding of each other on what were we doing. And I do think it's critical to work on integration of data on interoperability of that data, and that means we have to use standards and be extremely aligned with the European standards on data coming from images, genomics, clinical, laboratory, pathology, and so on. So the definition of those standards and the common data models we are using was extremely critical, because we have to understand that information is not something that we will link and it's done. You have to do data curation, you have to check for quality, you have to improve the interoperability between those data silos. And even more important after that is that you have to open that to the others. And the others is not only researchers. Researchers are a critical part of what we are doing, but it's also institutions. I mean, we want to influence the way medicine is done by opening this new ecosystem and network of images plus related data to institutions doing clinical pathways, how we will change the way precision medicine is performed, how do we help screening programs to be more efficient in what they are doing, how can we also help researchers on defining and having curated high-quality data sets on a high-performance computing scenario where AI can be deployed. That's our main task.
Thank you. You both mentioned these two aspects, which I would like now, I think that Elina and Mario, they will elaborate, because essentially one is the concept of integration, and the other one is the concept of collaboration at different levels. So I'm pleased to give the floor to Elina first, and then Mario, that will tell us how they see it from the perspective of cooperating with member states and in a specific country. Elina.
Excellent, thank you very much. So I'm here to talk about TEHDAS towards European Health Data Space joint action. And the focus of TEHDAS, it's more on a higher policy level. So it's not specifically about personalized medicine, but promoting the use of promoting the secondary use of health data, and in this way, of course, also speeding the innovations through better access to data also in the field of personalized medicine. So we have worked in different areas in TEHDAS with the outreach and sustainability, mapping the needs of the different stakeholders and views of stakeholders in terms of the secondary use, but also providing concrete options for the member states, for the governance models, for data sharing, both at the EU level, but how it could be also organized at the member states level. And then data quality is, of course, the key, as also mentioned here before, and also having the metadata there included, so data about the data. And here we have produced the data quality framework from TEHDAS. Infrastructure is, of course, the key. We have been talking about infrastructures here, so how does it all come together? How do we work with the European data infrastructures together as a Europe? And also, how do we secure the safe and secure processing of data? We have also worked with the citizen engagement and the citizen perception of health data, and also with the data altruism and how that could be further promoted. So officially, TEHDAS has now ended, but the legacy of TEHDAS continues. It is reflected in this proposal from the Commission for the regulation of the EHDS, the European Health Data Space. And the excellent work was carried out actually by Juan, who is also in the panel here, about the infrastructure part, providing sort of the overall infrastructure, the architecture concept of TEHDAS that is then, of course, linked to the EHDS. And what was only different is somehow the differences with the terminology used, but the main idea is still the same, what was provided by TEHDAS project already in 2021, December. So giving a good ground for the Commission to work on the actual proposal. Another highlight of the TEHDAS results is the collaboration with the European Medicines Agency. The data quality framework for EU medicines regulation actually used the recommendations from the TEHDAS work related to data quality. Then a little bit about the data life cycle. we know, as was also mentioned here, the data curation is very important. So the data collection and the standardization, mapping to the semantic standards, then also publication of the metadata, so that the data can be then discovered for further use. So in the user journey phase in these blue boxes, the data can be then discovered and accessed through the health data permit authorities or the health data access bodies, and it can be used then in the secure processing environments and finalized with the results. And there's also a link, there could be a link back to the data preparation side about the fit for purpose side, to know did it have the utility aspect as well, as that is important part of the data quality. But what is also reflected in this picture is the big pressure on the data holder side. So we are actually suggesting in the TEHDAS data quality framework that there should be measures to increase the data holders' maturity and also incentives. And the key recommendation is from the overall TEHDAS work to include these data quality measures as a mandatory part of the data lifecycle to facilitate the reuse of data, but also high-quality data. We also worked on the governance aspects, and one of the main conclusions was that still the main barrier is perhaps the legislation. It's with a question mark. It's not maybe the legislation per se that is related to the secondary use, but more the interpretations. As we also heard yesterday, and we have heard 1,000 times before, is the different interpretations of the GDPR and the lack of harmonization. So definitely some guidelines would be helpful there in practice. There's also need for clarified governance, also in the EHDS itself, in terms of the specific roles and responsibilities, and also the terminology. So our recommendations from the TEHDAS work is to have the clarified legislation. It is needed both at the EU level, but also at the national level. It is foreseen that the member states need to adjust their national legislation for the EU harmonization. And it's key that we share the good practices, but not only the best practices and good practices. We also need to learn from the difficulties, from the challenges that we have encountered, from the pitfalls, so that we don't need to repeat the same mistakes over and over again, but also be better prepared for the EHDS implementation. And also realize that the governance is not a static issue, but it is a continued process, and we need to develop as the world also changes around us. We also worked on the sustainability aspects, so we proposed a framework that integrates 5 dimensions of sustainability. We thought that these all 5 dimensions are crucial for the successful implementation of the EHDS and the secondary use. So we need to have the clear legal basis and robust governance structure, access to quality data, but of course the associated infrastructures, capacity and competence. We need skilled workforce in several areas, also related to the digitalization skills. Trust not only among citizens, but a more of a whole of a society approach. We need the trust and the buy-ins from all the professionals, researchers, industry, policymakers, and of course also funding and financing. And it's of course clear that the EU funding will play a major role when we are talking about the cross-border access to data, but the member states will definitely need to start investing to the national systems as well. We also looked into the costs based on a few countries. Not so many health data access bodies exist yet. So this was very limited analysis, but what was clear is that the benefits and the costs and resource needs are of course different for the different actors, for the data holders, for the data access bodies, but then also for the data users. And then when we looked at the costs of the data access, so most of the costs of the data access and that are charged by the health data access bodies They are the downstream costs of making the data available, so the costs related to the data extraction. And the fees for the permits and the secure processing environment related use, those were less significant. So now we are talking about the costs of data access and not costs related to the infrastructure. Just wanted to make sure. And of course, there are major initiatives and projects related to EHDS. We just heard about the GDI. And as Tehdas ended, there are plans now for the Tehdas 2. It is a bit unclear when exactly it will start, so maybe around the second half of next year, we'll see. But we will know more next week, actually, when there will be an info day and also the official nomination of the official appointment of the coordinator. And then EHDS2 pilot, that is actually Mario will be talking more about that. We can see that there are these big and many genomic data initiatives and also the Darwin EU coordinated by Emma. I just wanted to show you this briefly, how the sort of the original speculative timeline was for the legal proposal, but maybe let's not go into that because it's all pure speculation. We'll see how it goes. The Council and EP are still negotiating. There will be the plenary in the voting in the EP, hopefully this month. It has been delayed. And then there will be the trilogues and hopefully the final text at some point, but we will see about that later. But finally, I just wanted to show you this broader policy context. The EU data strategy came in 2020. And of course, what is interesting is that there are also other data spaces than health data space. So the health data space is, of course, the pioneering one. We know where it's going now. But it will be very interesting to see the development also with the other other data spaces and how it will link to the health data space, because we know that health is, of course, much broader than the health sector, especially when we consider the exposome and the discussions we had yesterday about prevention and personalized prevention. Thank you.
Mario.
Thank you. So I'll present to you today the Health Data EU pilot project, but I've also asked to provide a little bit of feedback of experience to what we do at the French level. So I tried to juggle the two together and go a bit quickly through the slides. So I work at the French Health Data Hub, which I try to present to you in a few seconds. So the Health Data Hub is a French national authority that has been created in 2019. With the objective to making health data more easily accessible. Starting from the acknowledgement that it is very difficult to access it and that we lose a lot of opportunities by that, both for research and ultimately for the patients. So the Health Data Hub has been set up with three main objectives, three main tasks. One, to be the single gateway for accessing health data in France. Two, to build up a secure state-of-the-art platform, or in European terms, we could probably call it secure processing environment. And three, to build a data catalog, including one of the largest medical administrative databases in the world, but also additional databases such as clinical databases. And I'll get back to the back and forth between the Health Data Hub and the project once I presented the project. So the Health Data EU pilot project, I think the name has come up throughout the different presentations a bit, and so we ultimately, I think what we try to do is to pilot what is proposed in the European health data space legislation in order to come up with a relatively basic blueprint, governance and services offering that can be linked to all the different initiatives. So we're not there to do everything, but hopefully to provide the baseline and be able to link it up between the proposal and the initiatives. And I think you've seen a timeline slide just the second before, so I won't delve into it. This is a simplified one because we focused on really the legislative train maybe, which first started with TEDAS, then the pilots, and then also the direct grants, which are more for the national implementation of the European health data space. But of course, this picture, we could zoom out and we see the links with UK, with GDI, etc. And if we don't make those links, yeah, the effort on the European health data space are to a certain extent wasted. So it's critical we do those. As far as our project is concerned, the consortium basically brought together the actors who had already done work or actually proposed services at their level in terms of making health data available. So that's national platforms such as the Health Data Hub, but also 8 other national partners. Then it's research infrastructures such as Elixir, BBMRI, and it is European agencies. So we have also ECDC and EMA working in the pilot project, and so that shows the diversity of uses we hope for the European health data space ultimately. And so the project has two main streams of action. One is to build first network of data platforms, connect them to each other, but like the schema that that Juan has proposed and that Elian has also presented. And the second one is to test that network through a number of concrete cross-border use cases, and so through that show the feasibility and the added value of the European health data space. And I think the user journey is close enough to the data life cycle, so we focus here only on the perspective of a data user who wants to access the data. And so the idea is there to provide to the user a very easy user journey that covers most of their needs and makes it easier throughout there. So where can we provide added value to the user? Well, the start is probably with the data discovery part. How can the user see what data is available and do that in a standardized form? So for that, we in the project develop a common metadata standard, the Health Ticket AP extension. And so hopefully that framework will be useful for other initiatives to be used in order to allow cross-initiative discovery of data. The second point where we hope we can provide added value to the data user is the data permits. So there we develop a single data access application form that would be used in the different countries so that the user doesn't have to fill in and follow through multiple data access procedures, but only submit one single time. And then, of course, services also throughout the rest of the user journey. But maybe those are the starting points. We wanted to focus on the initial part of the user journey first to allow users to progress into the second part and not be discouraged already by the first part. Of course, for that we need a technical backbone, and so we started that work within our work package 5 to build a technical infrastructure. So it's a network of nodes connected through e-delivery, and connected are the national nodes, or hopefully the research infrastructure nodes, the European agencies nodes, but also a central node, the central services developed by the European Commission. And so in there, of course, the idea is to use existing European building blocks, such as e-delivery, but also open source security standards. And the idea is also that infrastructure, we start with the services that I mentioned before, the metadata, the access forms, but it could, of course, be extended to additional services later on. And probably to finish with the project part, so we have 5 research and actually even beyond research use cases to demonstrate the feasibility and the added value of the infrastructure and the services. And so you can see that in each of those there are several countries involved. We have one use case, the one run by Elixir, where we also have research infrastructure being involved in providing data. So the idea here really is to show that multinational component and also cross-actor component. We have 2 use cases being run by European agencies, so the ECDC and EMA, to show also that we can go beyond pure research. We can go into areas maybe of public health surveillance and to regulatory decision-making, so really to address those different needs. Then we have 2 more research use cases, the Scienzano one and the Health Data Hub one. And for the Health Data Hub one, it's the one that really also uses AI methodology. And so they, of course, another linked to other initiatives at the European level. And as mentioned, the Elixir one really has the particularity to bring in a research infrastructure and also to bring in genomic data, which makes the link with the GDI infrastructure. And so just one last slide to mention, okay, those links with the other projects and initiatives are really a key part for us, which doesn't make it easy on a day-to-day basis, and I think we collectively probably also still have to get better at it, but they're just throughout the list, you can see that there's multiple links with projects within the EU for Health field, within Horizon Europe, within the Digital Europe program. So we need to see where we have those synergies and actually carry through on them. So if we all develop a specific metadata standard and those are not interoperable, of course we don't get much further. So that is probably a little call to action to all of us. But I want to conclude here for the project part, but I think maybe I can just use the 1.5 minutes remaining to reflect on the link with the national work we've done, as that was, I think, the initial requests. So I think at the French level, we identified pretty much three issues that we come across and that we hope the European level can also help us address. So the basis was that actually data is scattered, it's very difficult to access. That's what I started with. Second is at the French level, we adopted and implemented national legislation, which already helped us advance quite a bit, but of course we didn't resolve all the challenges. So we have those remaining challenges, or that we try to address through the health data, but also through the HDS. First is that we still need to increase readability of the whole health data ecosystem to the users. So one part of that was setting up the health data hub at the French level. And we really need to work directly with the health data users, the health data holders, and the citizens. So for the help of the data users, I think some of the issues mentioned here through the project gets were mentioned. So that's data discovery, it's data access, it's data use. Then also we need to provide synergies to data holders, because if data holders are not on board, we have difficulty making their data accessible, because they will of course find ways to avoid sharing the data if they don't see any use for that. So we work with data holders at the national level, for instance with hospitals, to provide them financing to develop health data warehouses and also make data available at their level. But then on the EHDS level, I think we also have other ways of action. So there's the question of fees that can be an incentive for data holders. We have the question of increased visibility, collaboration opportunities, and, well, in the EHDS proposal, even sanctions. And then last but not least, we have the work with the citizens. So at the Health Data Hub, we have a citizen department to engage in continuous dialogue with the citizens. And I think it's also important that in the service offerings that we describe at the health data, at the European health data space pilot, but also beyond in the other initiatives, we have ways to also propose services to the citizens, be it to exercise their rights, be it to be informed. And so that, again, is something to reflect on. So thanks a lot.
Well, thank you, Elena. Thank you, Mario. I hope that these two presentations are giving you also the insights on how, and at the Commission level, we are also funding projects that are accompanying, and in a certain way, they are paving the grounds for deploying other activities in the future. And they have already started with these two, again, issues that I see in your presentation. So the first one is this, that the problem of integrating data per se, it's also a problem of integrating initiatives. And then the second one is that the issue of, of harmonization here, it's an issue that is a multi-scale, it's multidimensional, because it goes from harmonizing data models that we were saying to harmonizing interpretations of legislations. So my questions to both of you would be, how did you see in your journey from TEDAS, and then we will see TEDAS 2, the cooperation between the partners that you engaged to come to your recommendations, and the same is to you. How did you see this experience in France, and potentially how do you see that complexity being at the forefront of the development of this infrastructure that will join the pieces in the European data space? Elena.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good question. It's a practical question as well. So from the TEHDAS learnings, we could say that it was important that TEHDAS was a joint action, because it somehow sidelined the political side in a way. So it provided in a way a more neutral base to collaborate, to bring together the experts, to bring together the policymakers, the member states, but also TEHDAS included the collaboration and engagement with the citizens and the other stakeholders, because it was important to also learn from them what are their views and expectations, and also feed this input then to the dialogue and the discussions with the experts and the policymakers. So in a way, it was we discussed very complex issues, challenging issues, but it was possible to come up with the recommendations and conclusions because of this involvement of the different stakeholders and very good collaboration and spirit and expertise in the group that we had. So that was the key.
Yeah, sorry, before Marcus, how long did it take before, say, the different actors involved in the joint action started to use a common vocabulary?
That's a good question. I mean, TEHDAS project was very short project. It was only 2.5 years, so we didn't have very much time for endless discussions, let's just say so. So we had a very hard time pressure. So that worked for us as well.
Thank you. That's the good answer. Mario.
Yeah, thanks. So I tried to, again, reflect a bit on the national level and then on the European level. I think for the national level, beyond what I said for working with the health data users and the health data holders and the citizens, it's a question for us. We started working with those who were interested in working with us, who saw the added value from the start, to relatively quickly show that actually we can deliver something, that we can do interesting projects. So we often cited one project we did at the very start of the Health Data Hub's creation with a startup, where the startup developed an algorithm to predict heart failures based on data both from their connected heart pacemakers and medical administrative data. So with those kind of examples where you integrated data sources from both a data holder, in that case a startup, and a national database, we got more and more interest into the issue, and also more data holders willing to engage. Then at the same time, we learned from the data holders actually what are their needs, and so try to build also a service offering for them, not just, okay, you have to make the data available, but actually what can we offer you so that that is also more interesting to you. And so I think that was sort of an incremental journey, also a learning journey for us, working with those stakeholders. And then on the European level, I think we didn't have to start with, I think, a community of practice in secondary use of health data. So we have multiple initiatives before, let's say, before TEHDAS started, multiple projects already using health data on a relatively ad hoc basis. And I think TEHDAS provided for the first time a discussion forum where those actors who are actually working on the issue have been brought together in a structured form. And so for us, for the pilot, that was the starting point to actually see the actors who could actually be ready to implement part of what is being proposed in the regulation in a pilot project. So, and that we see that also as our responsibility to carry it forward towards what I mentioned on the slide, the direct grant community, to, again, some of the services we will have developed through the pilot project, make them available to that direct grant community and also other initiatives, so that they can use what is useful to them, and we hope much of it will be useful, and that they don't have to develop everything from scratch, and that they also already can build on that community of practice that we have benefited from when starting the pilot, in order to exchange best practices and also maybe have synergies when developing new services.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. So we looked at essentially the needs for coordinating initiatives. We looked at the specificities of a subject. Let's go back to the foundations. We start with EOSC first, and Ignacio, and then Juan, who will tell us how you see the challenges.
Thank you so much, Marco, for the presentation and this smooth transition. So let me bring to the audience a different topic, which is the European Open Science Cloud. I think should be the red one. Sorry. Yeah. Let's start with the vision of the ESC, right? So I think that I don't need to motivate you, but let me just bring this nice diagram from the University of Cape Town about why open science. Because EOSC is really trying to implement the mandate of open science. Open science have a lot of benefits on the quality and integrity of the research, because research is more visible. You have to ensure that it's prepared for the rest of your community to use it. As economic benefits, you reuse the replications of the errors or replication of the data, have global benefits because it benefits the whole world. Public disclosure and engagement, the general public are motivated. Innovation through the translation to the industry, and of course, efficiency. So EOSC is trying to create a European web of fair data, fair in capital letters, which have a different meaning of fairness in the terms of the legal or the ethical use of the data. Web of fair data and related services for research, with the objective of unlocking the full potentials of this research data. And it has three main driving factors. I like very much the metaphor of Marco at the beginning of the oil and the engine, and that has data and services. And in our case, we have one objective, one strategy to make open science the new normal. Second, to the definitions, improve the definition and force the definition of standards of data on the oil, and also to establish a sustainable and federated infrastructure, the engine that will consume this oil, piloted by the scientists. So very briefly, we have these three pillars of people trying to address the problem of the lack of motivation of the research and so on open science, of the lack of skills, the lack of recognition, trying to advance on this. Second, the lack of standardization of data, trying to promote the FAIR principles that I will comment later on. And the third, the lack of the fragmentations of the infrastructures in order to support open science. With these three pillars, the EOSC is defining a strategic research and innovation agenda that is widely viable. If you have any interest on the slides, I will be very happy to share with you. So let me go in these last two pillars, right? So for the sake of time, on the realization of EOSC. FAIR is the acronym of findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And FAIR is a philosophy to enable the production of quality scientific data that is accessible in a simple and clear way. Findable means that the metadata and data must be easy to be found for both humans and machines. So machine actionable is a key point there. Accessible means that the data can be accessed equally by all the researchers. But accessible, it doesn't mean anonymously accessed. In this case, it's very important, especially in the area of restricted data, that the open science is as open as possible, but as restricted as necessary. We have to pay attention to the regulation there. So interoperable, that we have all the elements around the data well documented and well formatted, and reusable, that to provide services and environment to reuse this data. So this is the second pillar. The third pillar are the infrastructures. Let me try a simple example, trying to show you how will be the EOSC concept, how is the EOSC concept in practice, and try to bring it to a case of personalized medicine. So it starts with discovery of research results. You go to your harvester, to your databases, and you identify articles or pieces of results, scientific results, that are well linked to the data, to the software, and to all the experimental conditions to reproduce the environment. So you find this data, and you use this data in a virtual research environment. Virtual research environment are applications, frameworks in which you can run experiments, you can consume the data, you can consume processing resources, and you run the whole experiment. And you reproduce the experiment, and you derive new outcomes, and you produce new research. And you can automatically, from those environments, produce the necessary, to upload the results, to prepare the data in a way that is well acknowledged and referring all the whole process that you have done to compute the results. So this is the idea of EOS concept and what is being done in several disciplines already. So the situation is that EOS is a bottom-up approach. So it's driven by the community. We have to rely on what the community is doing to incorporate and try to homogenize and provide this interoperability between disciplines. But its governance is governed by a tripartite structure. Tripartite in which we have the European Commission and the members of the research community represented by the EOC Association. Both have signed the Memorandum of Understanding of a co-program partnership in which the Commission commits to fund with 500 million euros for the Horizon Europe. And the association members commit to have a matching of a similar amount of money. Right? So the Commission is funding research infrastructure, CSA, and also procurement. So it's going to operationalization of the EOS platform. I said tripartite. The third party is even more important, which are the countries, represented what is the steering board, which is an expert group of the Commission, national base, in which we have the different countries. In the case of Spain, we are represented by the Ministry of Science and Innovation and the FECYT, and we really appreciate their commitment on these activities and their representation steering the work of the community and the steering board. So also it's very important that we produce results also openly. So the strategy is reviewed or revisited every 2 years, and we have what we call the multi-annual report, in which we plan or we derive some topics that consider strategic for the implementation of EOS along these 3 pillars. This information is openly available, so you can consult, and these are also food for the development of the work programs. So let me conclude with a reflection of what could EOS benefit personalized medicine. Again, this is a transversal activity, community-driven initiative. First, the journey of open science. Trying to adopt open science is not ending the result and putting your results in a repository. It doesn't work. You have to plan from the very beginning. You have to plan where you get the data. You have to plan to have a data management plan. So all the journey enrich a lot the quality of your research. The second, the services that are being developed are being procured in the EOC community, in the EOC platform. You will have AI services, e-infrastructure, other kind of elements. Third, EOS is a way to provide a link to interdisciplinary data. So we are trying to provide a framework that is coherent among different disciplines. I like very much the slide that has presented before, having a transversal data space on personal data. We consider also EOS as a transversal research data space because it fits many other disciplines and can collaborate with other cases. And finally, and try to add one technical word that we use, the EOS Exchange service. The EOS platform or EOS node has several layers, and one is the exchange. Exchange are those services that provide added value for the development of your research. For example, e-infrastructure. For example, repositories. For example, thematic services. So this will be also very useful for the research. And that's all from my presentation.
My turn? So, good morning, everyone. Okay, well, I can skip this one. So I'm here to present Healthy Cloud. Healthy Cloud is a coordination and support action funded under the Horizon 2020 funds. And what we have seen in this and with proposal there, our vision is that, as we can share here, is that the health data is a cornerstone for personalized medicine. So we know that there are several types of data. The data is siloed, so and we have it's nothing new that the data it's dealing with health data. It's something very difficult, but we have seen an opportunity there to take the most of this distributed computing. So we are experts, or part of our partnership are experts in distributed computing, cloud computing, and take the most of the distributed computing, the computational approach, to facilitate their access to the health data. And this is where our name comes from. So it's health and cloud. Healthy cloud is not a cloud with good health, but the merge of the health data and the cloud computing. Well, this is our nice logo that I wanted to put here. And well, one of the big things of our consortium, of our proposal to develop this vision, is that we have been able to integrate huge experts dealing with health data. We have a huge representation of research infrastructure, so it's health data for research purposes, so what the so-called secondary use or use for research. And here we aggregated lots of partners that are very expert from different points of view, different specific areas in the health research, from clinical trials, biobank translational research, genomics, so lots of expertise dealing with health data that we are coordinating. This is a co-coordinated approach, and in terms of the distributed computing, we also have a nice representation of, for example, HPC centers, as the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, which is co-coordinating the action with us, but also the CSC, which is now hosting the fastest supercomputing in Europe, or the EGI Foundation, which has a federation of clouds scattered across the European Union. And we also attracted final users of this solution, this data sharing ecosystem, such as health ministries, public health institutes, or purely researchers that develop their AI methods, their algorithms in different universities. So, what were the overarching objectives of our project? Well, the first of all is facilitate this health data exchange across Europe. Well, this is a very ambitious goal, okay? And the second overarching objective is facilitate the conformation of the EHDS. When we proposed this CSA, this action, the HDS was just an idea. But we have worked towards this collaboration, how? Proposing a strategic agenda to build the so-called Health Research and Innovation Cloud that may facilitate this exchange from the research community to the European health data space. In practice, what were the specific objectives? Well, first of all, take into consideration as a basis for everything the legal elements. And this is, well, again, this is nothing new. We wanted to identify what are the legal barriers that appear here and there, that are scattered, the interpretations of the different legal frameworks that we can see in the different member states, but what could be done to overcome these barriers and move forward to generate this health research and innovation cloud. Work towards the application of these first principles, and thanks Nacho to introducing them, because they are well, quite important for our proposal. So try to adopt them as much as possible, considering that we are dealing with sensitive data. Health data is sensitive, so the principles should be used with caution. And third element is identify these technological solutions that will facilitate this exchange in terms of, for example, distributed computing, as I mentioned at the beginning, HPC, federated computing. Well, we have been identifying them and analyzing them. And last but not least, what we did a lot in our consortium was to exchange with stakeholders, multiple stakeholders, to hear their voices and put their voices in this strategic agenda. This is a timeline. So we started in March 2021, close to the TEDAS. we have an initial workshop exchanging with EOS Live, the cluster project from life sciences along the EOS, but also with the CSA Beyond 1 Million Genomes, the TEDx project, under the Portuguese presidency. There was an event, we started exchanging them. Then we have, let's say, around 1.5 years discussing internally what this agenda should include, what is the common vision and mission and vision. Then, and in June 2021, we have a consensus meeting in Paris. There was a very intense workshop internal to the project, so as to find let's say a broader consensus within the project to finally produce a year ago the first strategic agenda draft that include 10 services. And after this strategic agenda draft, we started a round of exchange with external stakeholders for workshops with different communities. And we have just unveiled the second draft, what we consider the draft for the final agenda. We are going to present them tomorrow in an event as here in this very same place. It will be also streamed. You can connect through this QR. You can register it. And our commitment is to present our final agenda in end of November to the Commission. What we have identified? We have identified 5 core services that we can divide in 3, let's say, technical services and 2 positioning services. The 3 technical services are, the first one, a monitoring service. So there are lots of information on what is going on, at least in Europe, regarding the health research. And you, as a researcher, usually it's difficult to see what's happening there. The idea is to facilitate a place to just accessing there, see what is, for example, what the Commission has funded, what has been the outcomes of several projects, a layer there to monitor the health research. A second service devoted to legal and ethical advice. In that case will be, for example, coordinating the efforts that have been already done or are continually done in the research infrastructures to make them easily available to the end users. Okay, the research infrastructure usually had legal advice that are scattered across Europe with high expertise on the specific national settings, and we can coordinate them to facilitate the access to this knowledge in a unique point. And the same devote to the data-related elements. For example, to facilitate which metadata or metadata scheme should be done to facilitate to increase the data findability, or which are the best data encodings that should be used to facilitate the reusability, and also best practices in data management or on data security. So general data-related advice, both for researchers, but also, for example, for data holders. And regarding the 2, let's say, strategical services, and this is probably what we relate and put order, our ambition is put order within the EOS and the EHDS. One is interfacing with the EOS, becoming a kind of a thematic space in the EOS to detect and correct the services is providing, but focusing on the health research area, and the same for the EHDS. So advocate for a better use or the heart of the researchers are the voice of the researcher are heard when the EHDS keeps evolving. For example, to, let's say, fine-tune how the specific architectural parts are being developed, or how, for example, the ways to access the data or the information you require to access the data is being gathered. So this type of exchange. In a picture, what we have defined this interaction, ideally what we will need is just a lightweighted governance body that represents the research infrastructures and other research networks, a secretariat that puts order in the coordination of the 3 services, and then the idea of becoming this connection, finding the opportunities to exchange, okay, between the EOS services, the HDS, and the other way around. And, well, again, if you want to have more information about the strategic agenda, tomorrow we are having an event here. It's physically here. You can register, and it will be also streamed. So if you go there, you can register, and you can follow in by YouTube, or here you can keep your still here tomorrow. And thank you very much.
So thank you, Ignacio, and want to interject in this discussion in other dimensions on these multidisciplinary and multidimensional problems, and that is the one of strategic research agenda and consensus building. So my question to you would be your experiences, or how did you, how do you feel you should portray the message to, say, for instance, Ignacio, for EOS, is there any message that you would like to pass to the community at large, no? To the ecosystems, to the innovation ecosystems, on reconciling data accessibility and security and privacy concerns? So how did you manage that process when you did the consensus building exercise?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, at the end, life is narratives and perception. So how did you put them together?
Indeed. The point is that EOS deals, EOS KISS bottom-up is constructed from the community. So we have to adopt and understand exactly the conditions of the access of the different communities. We are dealing with areas in which we have very complex or very sensitive data. Health, social data is also very sensitive. We have data from astronomy. The stars doesn't have rights yet, so we are safe in this case. So, but the point is that we have to rely on what the communities are doing and try to provide a framework in which they can fulfill these requirements, right? For example, we consider that open access means that it can be for specific users that have a specific purpose on a specific controlled environments. So then this should be implemented. There are calls in the infra-EOS topics that are related to the construction of this trusted execution environment in which you can run in this point. But the main point, we can provide also security evaluation of the platform, where the quality and the security evaluation is key in the procurement of the services of the EOS platform. We are aiming to a comprehensive authorization and dedication infrastructure. But at the end, I think the key message is that we have to hear the requirements of the communities and implement whatever they need.
And I guess that it's the same experiences in your project.
Yeah, building on what Nacho said, is basically what we have found is that you should know what are the technological solutions. We are pure or have a heavy technological side in our project, and be able to communicate them to the end users. So make them adopt, because and not feel that the technology is a stopper, but a help for your purpose, and something that will facilitate your day-to-day work. The trusted research environments are a good example, because it's a system that will remove all this, or partially, this legal burden of taking lots of care of the data you have received. In the old way of the working with data, it has been typically that you ask for data and the data is given to you, or you have the responsibility of taking care of this data, of this security. If somebody gives you a place where you can do your research, but guarantees that the data is completely safe with high levels of security, it's something that you can trust, and it's something that will help you on keeping doing easily. So identifying these solutions and putting them to the community and making them fostering their adoption, it's the best way to facilitate this exchange.
Well, thank you. I hope that these conversations today made it clear to all of you that the pieces are joined in several projects. I mean, you've seen that from verticals to transversal projects, the constituency is very well represented, and that we are tackling the problem at an holistic point of view, because we are discussing how to find common data model and standards to how do we put together initiatives that they have a different scope and different level of ambitions, which per se is subjects. But my conclusions would certainly be that the path towards the support of the personalized medicine communities, it's in the optimist side of the equation, because essentially we do have in the making both infrastructures, but also, say, legal and organizational underpinnings that would allow the researchers and the communities to get access to this data in a fair conditions. So let's put it that way. So in order to get there, so we need to have critical mass, and critical mass is not just about kilograms of data, but it's also about who is participating in putting those kilograms together. And in essence, this, in a way, reinforces the message that having a coordinated approach between this policy mix that I was talking at the beginning, it's paramount. So you've seen how important it is that the regulation goes hands in hands with technological developments, and that essentially that the information goes and flows around those who develop technologies and those who regulate. And you've also seen that there is certainly in the panel there is an emergence of common topics. You see, so everybody was talking about federated approach to access data. Now, talking about federated approach, this is very interesting, not only from a technological point of view, but also from a democratic, ethical, and legal point of view, because federated means that that you still have your own oversights on your data, and that is paramount to ensure the trust that we need in this triangle. We also saw how important it is to integrate timelines, and thank you very much for your optimism. So, and this, let's keep it, because that's exactly the directions too. So that the integrations of timelines is equally important. That not only the integration of timelines within a project, no, but it's across these initiatives and across the policy mix. And from the Commission side, I would expect that you can start seeing the synergies with other artifacts out of these interactions between these communities. So probably the best way of closing it is that we certainly will work together for making sure that the European Health Data Space Regulation comes to a point where it is serving exactly that policy mix. And I think that the word was mentioned by you all. The end effect is that we produce an environment that is conducive to innovation. So this coherence in the policy mix shall, at the end, serve not only the researchers, but making sure that the prototypes and research you develop are going to be put into a workflow that serves our citizens. So let's continue this with our journey, and let's go forward for our next milestone. So thank you to all for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our speakers. And we have now a 30-minute coffee break. Enjoy.
Como lo veis, el vertical.
Hello and welcome back. There are many European initiatives contributing to create a common health data ecosystem necessary for a personalized medicine approach, as we have seen in the previous discussion. But here, in the next roundtable, concrete national examples of health-related data infrastructures will be showcased, providing best practices and difficulties. The chair will be Montse Daban, Director of Science Policy and Internationalization of BioCat, Bioregion of Catalonia. Come on to the stage, please. Montse Daban. And joining Montse from the National Health Data Infrastructures of Spain, the Netherlands, Belgium, and the United Kingdom will be Alfonso Valencia. Oh, sorry. Gerrit Meijer. Big round of applause for Gerrit. Thank you. Shauna Cosgrove. And Adrianto Wirawan.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's really a pleasure being here. It's an honor being in front of this highlighted audience and this high-level conference in the framework of the EU presidency. That is absolutely an honor for us. This is something that we have been looking forward for some weeks already. Thank you very much to FECYT. Thank you very much to the Carlos III, to CEDETI, and also thank you very much to Príncipe Felipe Research Center for having this conference here. This is a panel that will explore how these data ecosystems are going to enable the personalized medicine model for Europe. There's a lot of things to talk about because this is a very relevant aspect for Europe, but under the EU presidency, actually, this is relevant too. We are discussing, like I said, how data ecosystems could enable this personalized medicine. Now, this panel will give the voice to different national infrastructures, different approaches to how to share data, to gather data, to share data. This is a good space to discuss this, the role, the barriers they encounter, the opportunities, what needs to be done at each level. But this is important because in this framework, we can also talk about these federated data infrastructures, that how trust, transparency, we mentioned that, how those could add to these the challenges that we have together, and to deployment of EHDS that is expected to be happening next year. And actually, this is something that needs to gather the efforts, the coordinated efforts of many, many, many initiatives and many, many, many institutions, like we've seen in these 2 days. So thank you for having us here today. I'm very, we will prioritize this mature dialogue, this open dialogue, this transparent dialogue in this panel, but this is what also been doing BioCat as a coordinator of one of the projects. This is a small European innovation ecosystem project. I really wanted to talk to you a little bit about just 2 minutes to explain that we have been trying to conduct a complementary role to big projects like TEDAS. We were listening to that before. Elina Dragic explained us from CITRA what they've been following up at different levels in the different EU member states. We have also been conducting some research. Our main purpose in EDA, and I really invite you to check on our website because we have been uploading some case studies on different EU countries, EU member states, is to scale up the dialogue, is to understand how ready are the different member states to really adopt or embrace the framework of EHDS, how this has to coexist with the GDPR. I mean, we talked about that at every country level to harmonize with the regulations that are there in place on these different, the infrastructures, the readiness at this level too. So we've been conducting this kind of case studies. We already uploaded in our portal a case study about Portugal, about Czech Republic, about Sweden, Bulgaria and Spain, and we are working now on the Belgian case study, and also the Hungarian will come at the end of the project. That is just to add to everything that TEDAS have been advancing, and I think this is a good way to we were listening to that. We need to complement. We need to bring the efforts all together for the same goal to make it happen somehow. So, there are differences. This is what we explore, and this is what we are going to explore now. So, sorry for these 4 minutes, but I really wanted to put the framework and why we are here, BioCat, as coordinators of this project, chairing this panel on the national examples of data and infrastructure. And at this moment, I would like to introduce already the members of our panel. Let me move forward to them. I will introduce now Alfonso Valencia. Alfonso Valencia, he's the director of the Life Sciences department in the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. I would like very much you to add to your introduction whatever you want to highlight in the framework or in the context of what we are talking today. I would also like to introduce Gerrit Meijer. He is from Health RI in Netherlands. He also, I also will invite you to add to your introduction whatever you want to stress for this presentation. I also want to introduce Shona Cosgrove. She's a member of Cienzano. Really, we've been also working with Cienzano at different levels in this path we've been following with EDA, and I'm very happy also having her today here. And also Adrianto Wirawan, he's Genomic England, and also I want you to add to this introduction to whatever you want to stress for the sake of what we are speaking today. So we will start with Alfonso. They will have a 10-minute presentation of their examples of infrastructures, but also very relevantly, how those are adding to the common goal of enabling personalized medicine. So please, Alfonso, the floor is yours, and thank you for starting the panel.
Thank you, Monse, and thanks to the organizers for inviting us to discuss our national initiative, impact data, and obviously try to put this in the framework of what we benefit and how we contribute to the European initiatives in this area. So
Is it not working?
Nope, it's working. So impact is the Spanish national strategy in personalized medicine. It's a project by the Instituto de Salud Carlos III, the Spanish Health Institute for Research. As was discussed yesterday, there are 3 main pillars. One is the cohort that was discussed yesterday in quite some detail, creating a prospective cohort. The third pillar is medical genomics, to build the circuit of sequencing and providing evidence to the doctors. And the one we are coordinating is the one that is called here Ciencia Datos, data science, that is sort of the bridge between all these things, how to handle and organize this data. It is a very large consortium with many hospitals, research centers, and different facilities. And we were very ambitious from the very beginning. We want to create the blueprint of the federated infrastructure able to handle and analyze electronic health records, medical imaging, and genomic data. And I highlight the word research because obviously this is for the secondary use of the data for research. Whatever we do is aligned with European efforts, and explain this in some more detail in the next slide. And then all this is connected with the idea of connecting all the research infrastructure for medical data in Spain. All the country has these research institutes associated to the hospitals, and they are the powerhouse of doing research with medical data. So this federated infrastructure, in some point, will have to be able to connect all the research effort in the different research institutes in the country. The connection with Europe, I think, has been already mentioned these days a number of times. The European Health Data Space, we just saw in the previous session all the use cases. There is a use case that is managed by Elixir on genomic data that is very much on the same spirit of what we are doing in the European genomic data infrastructure, derived from the 1 million genomes, with the European Cancer Imaging, and we also have a presentation of the European Cancer Imaging initiative in the previous session. And in the previous days, we discussed EOS for Cancer as one of the initiatives building infrastructure in this area. And then, from my point of view, impact data is just one more brick on this construction. Whatever is developed and all these European efforts, and we use is what we use in impact data, and obviously we develop things in impact data that we hope to be part of the contribution to the large European projects. At the end of the day, the success of all these will be if all the European countries and all the European efforts are using the same tools, the same instruments, the same databases, if the technical infrastructure for data is the same everywhere, otherwise it will be impossible to do large-scale projects because the interoperability will be impossible. So what does it mean? So that I'm using this image. This is a scientist that is sitting on the screen, and he or she has a good question. I want to understand this disease. I want to find cases with these genes that has mutated and with this, we call it this medical description. Now, this is, as many of you realize, this is a pain. You have to know where is the data, find the permits, bring the software. This shouldn't be like that. The system, and this is what the image is trying to reflect, should be able to offer you all that. Should be able to transform the query in something actionable and say, okay, this person has already the permits to access this data. The data system will find the data there, will put the data in the right format, will move this to the computing place when necessary, and do the right computation and give back this to the scientists. We are not there. We don't have this infrastructure, but this is the dream. What we think we need to do that, we need a federated data and federated analysis infrastructure because, as has already been discussed a number of times previously, that's the construction of Europe. The data will be federated. We need the data to be normalized, harmonized. Otherwise, it will be impossible to do it. If the format and the data imaging is different in different places, there will be no way of doing that. We need standard systems to do analysis, and this is very much related with the trusted research environments. We need not only that the data is homogeneous, but also that the compute that we do on the data is homogeneous too, that will provide similar data. And then we need data visualization and analysis platform. If we don't have a way for the scientists to use this data, and that's a platform, will not be useful. And then, again, this has to be done in the context of the infrastructures. Do we have things to do that? How we are doing this in practice in Spain? So So this is the plan. This is impact data. What impact data is constructing and offering to the different members of the consortium in Spain, telling them, how are you going to do data discovery? We have a beacon for clinic, we have a beacon for genomics. How we are going to store data? We have a local EGA, and this is how it works. These are the instructions, this is the software, and we tell you how we help you to install this locally. I'm not going to go to all these things because there are many, but this is not, what I want to say is not only talking about that, this is actions. We have an instance of the CBio portal. This is what we are proposing for them to analyze cancer data. The red means the things that has to be installed locally. If you want to play with the others, you have to install these things locally. And the green ones are the ones that are provided from the central facility to be able to connect all the others. And this is including a maturity level. You are in one of these research institutes or in a hospital, you want to install that, but you don't have that, or you are missing that. So there are levels. And there is a way of progressing in the levels in a way that at the end of the day, you can have everything ready for you to work in this environment. Obviously, I don't have time to demonstrate that, but I'm using this slide these are two videos. One of them is demonstrating that we can do that. There are 4 different places connecting and allowing a scientist with the right password to see the data that he or she needs to use, and not the data that he or she is not authorized to use. And the second video is showing once that you have access, you can do compute in a federated way, and this is variant calling, it's not a trivial operations, in genomes distributed in 4 different places. So we are not talking about a dream, we are talking about a technology that is already demonstrated to work, and this is why there are videos. Now the question is to stabilize the technology and to be able to introduce this in the different places, and this is what I was referring as the maturity levels. In a sense, this is the easy part because the genomic data, the equivalent is the medical data, and we know that this is more complex. This is a project as part of impact data between 2 big hospitals, one in Madrid, one in Barcelona, putting together the data for a given disease, saying, okay, can we be sure that all descriptions of the diseases of this particular disease case is the same? And can we move from our data lake the data to a common framework, in this case use these archetypes, and from these archetypes to an OMOP, and then be sure not only that we are writing things in OMOP, that also are semantically interoperable. Be sure that they really mean the same thing. And again, there are 2 levels. If you are very well organized at these 2 hospitals, then you can do the full thing. If you are still in another level, you only do to the OMOP, hoping that later you can also use this other more sophisticated ontology description of the archetypes. So I don't want to go in more technical details, but just to show that impact data is not only describing what has to be done, but also implementing these as blueprints that can later be extended, and hopefully, as we will do in the next few years, extending this and implementing this in a systematic place in the different research places in Spain. So that is Monse from my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfonso. It's great because you talked about genomic and medical data interoperability. These are different also perspectives and things to take into account. You talked about harmonization, transparency, this interoperability. And we think this is an opportunity. This opportunity to exploit this huge amount of data has also to be addressed also from the perspective that it's not only for healthcare and research and innovation, but also for policy making, for other areas that can really be relevant for the everyday life. So this is very important. It was also talked about that earlier in another panel. So we really think that Europe can be at the forefront of the international guidelines on that regard, because this really this intention to coordinate, to interoperate, and this is, I think, the perfect cue to open the floor to Gerrit to talk about that, because I think it's also your area or your understanding. So please share with us the Health RI infrastructure.
Thank you, Monse, and thanks to the organizers and the Spanish presidency for the opportunity to present Health RI, which is the initiative for a Dutch national health data infrastructure for personalized medicine. And I'm the CSO of that organization, but I'm also a pathologist and cancer researcher in the Netherlands Cancer Institute. And let me first explain why, as a cancer researcher, I actually got involved in this whole infrastructure story. So what we do a lot in my profession is looking for biomarkers, and they often come from basic research. And one big issue and also a big frustration of mine is that less than 1% of biomarkers that have been discovered actually end up with patients, end up being implemented. And that's not because they fail validation, they never enter validation. And it has to do with the fact that we basically do not have a translation highway, as I've called it here. So understanding cancer is good, but not good enough without a clear path to translation. And with that translation, data plays a very important role. So there is this triangle of diagnostic data, part of which comes running off a machine like genomics and imaging, which basically is easy. But then the treatment data and then the results of that treatment, the outcomes need to come from clinical data, and that really is a hurdle. And as you can see, actually at all the stages of this translation highway, data matter. So that's why I ended up being involved, and we also started HealthRI, which has the mission to ultimately be able to provide better healthcare for citizens and patients by reusing health data with an integrated health data infrastructure, both for research, innovation, and also policy making. Because what's the situation? Basically, for secondary use of health data, we only have a few questions. Basically, are we doing the right things? Because traditionally in healthcare, we're doing a lot of stuff that predates the evidence-based medicine era, that never have been really put to the test. Are we doing the things in the right way, which is about quality assurance, quality measurement, and then if we come up with new things, are they actually better than the stuff that we already have, which means the research area. And for that, we have hundreds, if not thousands, systems. And of course, that is a big issue. And if you want to capture that in one word, and that is fragmentation. And as also mentioned in the previous session, this is not a technical problem. So it's also not solvable just by technology. It's an organizational, social, and cultural problem. As Alfonso also showed, the technology is basically available. And what puzzles me is that we actually in biomedical research, which in society has such high esteem, are still in a medieval era, whereas in other areas of societies, this already for long has been solved. Like in the Netherlands, we needed infrastructure to keep dry feet. Well, on top of this picture, you see how we used to do that 2 millennia ago, and even 1 millennium ago, we started building dikes. So why are we in this profession not able to do so? Now, we have gained momentum, at least to start doing this in the Netherlands, with a 69 million subsidy from the Dutch government for 7 years. And also the fact that we have 7 years instead of 4 years is already a big bonus. But another incentive also comes from the European Health Data Space, because it has an explicit assignment for secondary use of health data. But then let's face the problems, and they are multifold. And this is something that we started off the project with, by actually together with the Ministries of Health, Science and of Economic Affairs, making an inventory of all the obstacles that exist for reusing health data. And it's quite a list, you can find it on our website, but it basically comes down to 3 categories. The one is about public support, public engagement and trust. And that has to do with the fact that we, as a profession, basically have failed to sufficiently engage with the general public to build trust, to be transparent about what we're doing. And also topics like sharing data with industry are an important issue. And that only can be the basis for working towards more clear legislation. So we have one GDPR, we have 27 implementations of that. In the Netherlands, we have 18 million interpretations of that. And also there, we want to see how we can improve there by actually, rather than capturing consent or opt-out at every individual site, doing that through a national registry, being finally able to link data based on a pseudonymized social security number, etc. And only after that, basically, then the issue comes like, how can we turn that into practice? If we know what we want, if we are allowed to do what we want, how do we operationalize that by the technology, but also logistics and organization? And of course, this is not something that we can just do on our island. So this is the picture of the ecosystem. So we have the data in the center, and then all of these different categories of stakeholders. Upper left are the healthcare providers where data is being generated. Upper right are the disease domain experts, clinicians, researchers that actually want to use those data to improve healthcare. We have national data initiatives, multifold, government and industry, funders, citizens and patients, all kinds of technology initiatives, and also, of course, the international and European dimension. And actually, all of these stakeholders have multiple interactions with the data, and they do that all in their own private way. And that reminds me a lot of how we used to work with computers before we had Windows. Every application had its own printer driver, and it had its own mouse driver. And that's actually where HealthRI comes in. That is where we want to standardize and facilitate. So one way of looking at HealthRI is actually bringing all these different initiatives under one umbrella, and that also includes the national nodes of the S3 programs in personalized medicine space that we are participating in, which is BBMRI, EATRIS, and Elixir. And from a researcher perspective, it's actually not at all clear why one would have multiple different research infrastructures for one topic, personalized medicine. So we bring that together under this one umbrella. And well, we're here also in the context of the European Union, but actually when you look at all of these logos on the side of HealthRI that we try to also bring together in the national space, there's also a lot of European fragmentation, and I think that's not really helpful. So we're talking about data, but data comes from processes, so it's important to be aware of the processes that we're looking at. And we often talk a lot about the data lifecycle, but there actually in the hierarchy 2 other processes that come before that, which is the patient journey from, say, early disease, early detection, down to, in cancer, metastatic disease, and the research workflow and the data lifecycle. And there's a lot of interactions that need to be transacted there. So that's exactly what we do. We provide a one-stop shop for services, access to data, which also includes images and samples and tools. And what also is important to make this tangible for researchers. That's a question that I very often get from my colleagues who are not that involved. So what does it mean for me right now? And so we should be very aware of that from the infrastructure domain, because there's a huge gap between infrastructure and the target population of users. And one concrete example is that we in the Netherlands have a national pathology archive, and in the upper left table you can see that there basically are over 10 million pathology records on cancer available there. And what we want to do is actually use CBioportal, which is a very widely used tool for easy visualization and analysis of cancer data, be it genomics data, but also clinical and also imaging. And we want to put that on top of this database. And actually, that is something that a lot of people can recognize. So I think a key message to end with is that this huge challenge that we are facing, we cannot solve by actually approaching the work that we have been doing in this traditional way of craftsmanship. But we really need to scale this up to an industrial scale. Otherwise, we never will come to the learning healthcare system that we are actually looking for, where we actually can identify our health problems, which then in a much more automated way can be resolved to get to better outcomes for people.
Thank you, Gary. That was also enlightening. And just one, before jumping to Jonah, I have one curiosity. So health, science, and economy, those are 3 ministries that are connected to HealthRI. So it's linked to those ministries, or is there any other ministry that is in charge of data that is
So basically the grant application was not submitted by HealthRI, but was submitted to this fund by these 3 ministries. And one of the, I think big fruits that we are already seeing now, that we have regular interaction with these 3 ministries together, but also bilateral, 5 times a year or so. And this was unthinkable like 3 years ago.
Sorry for this extra time, but I think it's interesting to see how it is connected also at national level with the administrations. And you talked about a couple of things that also were interesting from my perspective, the obstacle removal trajectory. That is something that we are very much used to do from our sides, and also dealing with fragmentation. So I think this is opening it's the cue for Shona to join with her speech about Cienzano and what you've been doing on this time, also exploring this fragmentation and talking about that. Yeah.
Yes,
Please,
thank
Shona.
you, Monse. Thank you very much. So yeah, as Monse said, so I'm Shona and I'm from the Cienzano. So firstly, thank you very much for being here today. I'm very happy to be here. So I'm going to be presenting kind of the data landscape in Cienzano in Belgium from a broader perspective. So just before I start, just to mention, so I work for Cienzano in the EU Health Information Systems Unit. So to specify what we do, we work on several different EU projects, all about facilitating the use of health data for research and evidence-based policies. So it's really about secondary use of health data, but what I wanted to just highlight is, so we work on the national level, but really about translating that to more the EU level and how we can integrate across the EU. So within that, we worked in TEDAS, which was presented by Alina earlier, and we actually did country visits to map how ready different countries are to join the European Health Data Space. So I'm going to present some of the findings that we had of Belgium to see, kind of map the landscape there. So what we see, in Belgium is that we do have a lot of really rich data sources. So there are over 150 different clinical registries. There are really strong population health surveillance systems, rich databases of healthcare reimbursement data. But as Monse mentioned, it is very fragmented in Belgium. The organization is fragmented between different organizational levels, so between the regional level and the federal level. There are many different data holders. And what's interesting is that there isn't a central coordination mechanism currently between the different data holders, which acts as a barrier for researchers to be able to access the data they need. And what we also see is that there are some other barriers to secondary use. So for example, in terms of linkage of data, there is a social security number in Belgium, but some researchers and users have barriers to actually being able to use that social security number to link data to do the research that they need. So on this slide, I've just put together some of the main data holders at the national level in Belgium. It's not a complete slide at all, it's just to demonstrate the fragmentation. But there are, of course, other data holders at the regional level, in academics and research labs, and of course, genomic data labs as well. But what we see in Belgium is there is a really strong infrastructure for primary use of data. So the eHealth platform is allows secure exchange of EHRs between healthcare professionals. There's also the Ma Santé platform for citizens to access their data. But then when you look at the secondary use, that strength isn't quite as well translated. Although, as I mentioned, there are really strong data sources. So the Belgian Cancer Registry has been collecting data on cancer incidence in Belgium since 2004. It's also enriched with biomarkers and genomic data, so it's a really strong data source. And then we also have at Cienzano, we have a lot of surveillance systems on infectious diseases, also health interview surveys, and other surveillance sources. The healthdata.be platform is a platform that integrates data from different data sources across Belgium. From research labs, hospitals, etc. And then, as I mentioned, there's strong reimbursement data as well. But what's interesting is that, so as I mentioned, there isn't currently a coordination mechanism, but the Health Data Agency has been passed into law just since March of this year. So essentially what that law does is it establishes the Health Data Agency in Belgium as a legal entity, and the aim of the Health Data Agency is really to try to harmonize that fragmented landscape to try to facilitate access to data for research. And also integrating into the European landscape. So the Health Data Agency is currently being built up, so there's nothing really concrete at the moment, but the plan is that it will be built up as an infrastructure, taking on some of the roles and responsibilities that are described in the EHDS legislative proposal. So for example, one of those is to have a metadata catalog describing the different data sources to really improve their findability, and it is envisaged at the moment as a federated system. So the data would remain with the source organization, and it would facilitate access for the researchers. So as I mentioned before, we worked on TEDAS. So in TEDAS, we did these country visits. So Belgium was one of 12 countries that we visited over the course of last year, so 2021 into 2022. And I just wanted to put up this slide to kind of highlight some of the main findings and link them to what we see in Belgium. So what we were doing was we were mapping, visiting different data holders in the different countries, looking at the scopes of data collections that are available, data quality, access procedures, but also looking at governance, resources, and then whether the country has political will to join the EHDS. And we saw that there are quite similar challenges appearing across the countries, which were reflected in Belgium and in others. So, for example, what I mentioned about how the Health Data Agency would create a metadata catalogue in Belgium, we saw that in 12 of the 12 countries that we visited, only 5 had either a metadata catalogue already in place or work was ongoing to create a common metadata catalogue across the whole country. What we saw as well in terms of a unique personal identifier, which is of course very important to be able to link data from different data sources. So promisingly, most of the countries we visited do have them, but there are legal barriers in some countries to even having a unique personal identifier across the health system, which obviously creates barriers to be able to link between the different sources and do valuable research in that sense. Then I'm not going to go through all the findings on this slide. The findings are all on the TEDAS website if you want to have a deeper look. But of course, with the European health data space, the idea is to facilitate cross-border use of health data. And what was interesting to see is that actually in one of the 12 countries that we visited, they currently don't allow cross-border access to health data. Data is only accessible for researchers within their country. So it's promising that at least in 11 of the 12 countries, cross-border access is possible, but I think that's a big thing that will need to be looked at for the European health data space. And then finally, on the political will to join the European health data space, it was very good to see that 12 of the 12 countries that we visited do see the benefits of the European health data space and how it can facilitate research. I wanted to just finish up my presentation because I mentioned that our unit in Cienzano, we work mostly on the EU level. So these are 2 other projects that we work on, which is about strengthening the national infrastructures to be able to link with EU ones. So my colleagues are coordinating the FIREIVE, the Population Health Information Research Infrastructure. So it's a research infrastructure for public health, which is supporting data-driven research on public health and exchanging best practices. And what they've done is they provide a lot of really useful tools and services for public health researchers. And you can look at the Health Information Portal, which is a really great service, which is available and actually provides a metadata catalog with a lot of different European data sources on there. And it also provides training for population health research and a lot of different services. And then finally, one of the projects that we also work on is EU HIP. So that's EU interoperability with the HERA IT platform. So DG HERA is the new DG of the European Commission, which is aiming to be better prepared for future health emergencies. And so this project that we're involved in is trying to strengthen the national infrastructures for pandemic preparedness and health emergency preparedness to be able to integrate them into a future IT system that will be created by HERA. It's the Athena platform, and that's a really interesting project to be involved in because the Athena platform is still being built. It doesn't exist yet, but we at the member state level are trying to strengthen our systems to be able to join it to be better prepared for future pandemics. So I was just wanting to highlight these 2 projects to show the importance of strengthening the national infrastructures to be better integrated into the EU level. So that's everything from my side. Thank you.
That's perfect. Thank you, Shona. And also thank you for sharing with us these 2 projects. And for the HERA, precisely, I think this is very remarkable because it's gathering this common will also for the preparedness and this health emergency preparedness agency of the Commission. But when I refer to fragmentation, so thank you for explaining us how it is structured, the Belgian Health Data Agency, that is also relevant. And I was referring to the fragmentation that you've observed through your work with TEDAS at EU level, not necessarily at Belgian level. But I think it's also interesting to see how you work with the health system, and that also gives me the line for Adrian Towarewan. He's, as a director of bioinformatics and genomics England, you can talk also how this organization partners with NHS to provide the whole genome sequencing diagnostics in England. So please join us.
Yeah, thank you, Montse. And thank you for the organizers for inviting me. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to talk about Genomics England and how we manage our infrastructure. There we go. So the 100,000 Genomes Project was launched in 2013. This was the world's largest national sequencing program. And because of this, Genomics England was formed in 2013 to guide it in partnership with the NHS. We finished sequencing the 100,000 genome in 2018. The analysis of the data is still ongoing. And we essentially used this as a foundation to set up what's called the NHS Genomic Medicine Service. And this is a national service that allows patients with specific rare conditions or cancer to have access to genomic testing. And in 2022, we also launched 3 initiatives. One is what we call Cancer 2.0, which is essentially looking at new technologies to enable faster and more accurate diagnosis for cancer, including the use of multimodal program, essentially combining imaging, genomic, and clinical data. We also have Diverse Data Initiative, which is essentially ensuring that genomic healthcare is available for everyone, not only, there shouldn't be any restriction due to where they live or their ancestral background. And last but not least is the Generation Study Program, where we sequence and analyze newborns. So this is our infinity loop, which is essentially our strategy of connecting healthcare through research. So essentially, the healthcare data feeds into research, and research, the idea is for them to kind of produce the insights or the breakthroughs that can then be feedback into healthcare. So the left-hand side of the infinity loop is essentially the healthcare side, where it all starts from the patient. When a patient shows a symptom, the clinicians or the GP would be able to refer them for genomic testing, which will then will get their sequenced. It will go through our pipeline, will produce the report and interpretation, which will then be feedback into the clinicians. And at the same time, a lot of these patients and their family opt in to share their data for further research to find the insights and the treatments. And essentially, Genomics England, we help to secure their data. We store them in a kind of a secure place, and we provide the access to the relevant and approved researchers. And this is essentially, sorry for I think the formatting is not right, but essentially we have about 130,000 whole genome sequences in our National Genomic Research Library. We have more than 6,500 patients diagnosed with rare diseases, which were not possible through normal routine care. And 50% of our participants with cancer received diagnostic results or had a change of treatment courses. And this is correct as of May 2023. And how do we get the researchers from academic or biotech or pharma to work with us? And this is through project proposals, which we'll then review through the Access Committee. And once that's approved, they'll get access to our research environment, where they can do the amazing stuff. So in terms of the data infrastructure, how do we do it, and what's our principles? The UK has a cloud-first policy, and this was published in 2018. And essentially, what it says is the future of healthcare, we look at public cloud first. And a lot of the assumptions is that with public cloud and no more locally managed servers, we'll get the benefits of resilience, scalability, and increased security. As we are a body that is funded by Department of Health and Social Care, this feeds into our strategy of the infrastructure. And in terms of principles of adopting a public cloud, these are some of the principles that we like to proceed with zero trust, in the sense that security is our foremost thing in mind. We follow the best practices in everything that we do, security, architecture, monitoring, cost management, and so on. I talked about security. We want to have the proper encryption, customer managed keys. We have to make sure we have the right kind of keys managed by us, by the data controllers. We want to build solid foundations to build more capabilities on top of that, and we consider using native services first. And this is essentially the capability map of our trusted research environment. So essentially, the users and the researchers, they access through a virtual desktop, in which then they would be able to access our kind of core applications. And they can use these applications to do data exploration, building of cohorts, interactive analysis, batch workflow execution, and also the kind of the upcoming machine learning development environment. We try to cater for 3 user personas, which is essentially users with programmatic ability, users with limited programming capability, and kind of no-code users. And looking at the core applications, essentially we have the service layer that supports that, and this is where we look at federated workflow execution. We look at APIs. For example, we're using standardized APIs like GA for GH. And then below that, we have then the data layer, the data stores, and kind of where we store our, not just our genomics data, but also our clinical data, our imaging data, and so on. And the other things that's also probably important, but less kind of touch on, is also on the left-hand side, where you see how we manage the access, how do we manage consent, how do we ensure the right people get access to the right data, and not the other way around. And also about data management, metadata management, how we ensure it should be fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And this is a screenshot of how the virtual desktop environment looks like, essentially. Last but not least, I think I talked about security, and again, I think for us to be able to protect the safety of our patients when we want to take the data, when users would like to take the data out of the environment, we want to make sure that they're not identifiable. And this, we manage this through a process called airlock, where essentially the data that is exported from the research environment needs to be consistent with the registered project and the purposes approved at the beginning. If you remember my slide 4, according to the project proposal. If the data is very small, we then kind of convert that into the summary statistics. So you won't get anything less than 5 data samples, essentially, when you're exporting it out. And if it's a more difficult or kind of complicated cases, then we have an operator and committee that will review these cases. With that, thank you, and I hand over to Montse.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm supposed to ask a very quick question in 1 minute answer for each. I know we are a little bit out of time, but let's try it very quickly. So I want to go back to Gerrit for 1 second. You mentioned about this 100% of biomarkers being implemented, or can it connect to a lack of awareness from clinical research regarding to research infrastructures? What's the outcome of this?
In my view, they're still worlds apart. If in my institute I walk out in the corridor, enter the next room with a colleague researcher there, well, 9 out of 10 times people are not aware of the research infrastructures that exist. If they would know any names, then basically they would not be able to tell what discriminates the one from the other. So I think from a research infrastructure perspective, we should reach out much more to the active communities of, say, cardiologists, neurologists, medical oncologists, etc., than expecting that they will find us.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. And in 1 minute, the lack of a common interpretation of secondary use of for research, Alfonso, I think you can have some intakes there.
Yeah, there has been for us a little bit of a discovery, because we thought that, we have the data in common, we have the tools, but now we discover that there are many different areas of secondary use of the data, of research, and each one of them has a different, not only different instruments, not only but a different mentality and a different view of the data. And I think it has been a learning experience. There are a lot of good things about that, because we learn one from the other, but there are also problems. I will remit all of you to tomorrow. There is a full explanation of Healthy Cloud. Healthy Cloud is the results of merging the two different cultures. The one coming from the medical side with the problems of research related with medical economy or economy of health, and the ones coming from molecular biology and interpretation of genomes. It was very difficult to put the proposal together because there was a clash of understanding and power. And at the end of the day, I think it works very nicely, and they have very common results. And I'm not going to say anything else. Go tomorrow and see what they have done.
That's really interesting. And on top of that, on these different perceptions, legal issues that you'd highlight, and how would we overcome those, Shona? You have.
Yeah, and I think this goes back quite nicely to actually to Gerrit's presentation with Health RI and the barriers that you identified to secondary use. It was something that we came across a lot in the TEDx findings that kind of echoed what Health RI found. And apart from the different interpretations of GDPR, which we all know about and heard about, I think one that stands out to me is the issues with using a unique identifier for linkage, because it seems like such a simple solution to be able to facilitate research, but still in some countries it's not possible. I'm thinking not only of Belgium, but of Ireland, where I'm actually from. They don't have a unique identifier across the health sector because of legal barriers. So I think that's maybe not an easy win, but an important step.
So as a wrap-up, that is great. And also, I'd like to ask Adrianto, you presented the structure at Genomics England. The requirements for data quality and the ownership of data, are they clear? And how is it helping there?
So I'm not the subject matter expert on the kind of data governance, but we do have the kind of team that manages that. And essentially, like I mentioned, in terms of the data that's being although they're part of healthcare, people can opt out if they don't want their data to be used for research. And that's still, we will then kind of remove them from our genomic library. And we have cases on that, for example, when a child was part of the treatment, part of the cycle, and when they reach an adult, they would like to opt out. And then, we manage that in the consent management.
Thank you. I think we are out of time. I think thank you to the panelists for these experiences, these inspiring interpretations, and also I think this is good as a wrap-up because you already provide the challenges and the solutions. Thank you very much, and thank you, the attendees, for that.
Hello again. Before we start our next round table, I actually have a question for all of you. So as you know, I'm an actor, so I mainly work in musicals and theater and film and TV. So this is a very different atmosphere for me. So I sat there thinking to myself, scientists, what makes scientists excited? What makes you guys, I don't know, tell me, what makes you, what makes your heart beat fast? What's exciting for scientists? Nice, thank you. Anybody else? Aha. Anybody else? No? So I sat there and I thought hard and I thought, you know what? I think I know what motivates you. Money, right? Because that's how you get your funding, right? All right, that didn't work out. I thought that'd be funnier. Anyway, before our next speakers come in, I have another question for all of you, but this is a written question. Do you think that research infrastructures can contribute to the developing of personalized medicine? And if so, how can researchers make use of them? Think about this before we start our next roundtable. This is the issue that will be addressed in the following roundtable, moderated by Anton Usi, Operations and Finance Director of Beatrice Eric, who I welcome to the stage. Anton Usi, ladies and gentlemen. He will be joined by the speakers Mabel Loza, Tony Andreu, Michaela Mayhofer, Jacques Demotte, and Niklas Blomberg.
So, everybody hear me okay? Yes, great. Thank you very much to the organizers, to the hosts, to the Spanish presidency, to the ministry, to FECYT for organizing this conference, and it's a real pleasure to be here. So for the next hour, we're going to talk about the European infrastructures and their potential impact and support for advancing the personalized medicine agenda. The good news is we're not going to give you any slides and give you a sales pitch. But the bad news is this means you have to ask us some questions. So get your thinking caps on and try and be as engaging as you can, please, and then challenge us as much as you can, please. So the research infrastructures. I'll give a quick overview of what they are, then I'm going to ask my colleagues here to talk a little bit about the kinds of services that we provide that support personalized and precision medicine research. So the research infrastructures, some of them are from ESRI, the European Strategic Forum on Research Infrastructures, others not, but they all have one thing in common, which is that they provide access transnationally to specialized facilities, methodologies, tools, data sets, and expertise that is relevant for high quality research and development. It can be in different formats. It can be virtual access, so you can just access it from a computer. It can be physical access. You can go to a site and actually train to use specific machines. Or it can be physical access, but you never actually enter the site. For instance, having a molecule produced under good manufacturing practice quality standards. These infrastructures are plenty in number. I think there are pushing on 20 in the life sciences alone. Actually, don't know the number. Does anybody know the number of life sciences infrastructures? 16, 18? 14. 14, sorry, thank you. And it really covers a broad range of facilities and types of expertise, ranging from mouse models to clinical research, to biobanking, to drug screening, et cetera, et cetera. It was an interesting point that Gerrit made. Why would we fragment like this when the idea is to defragment? So I think that's definitely a good point for discussion today, and we'd also like to hear the audience's view on that. Today, what I'd like to discuss is how we can contribute to precision medicine and how we still need to develop to be able to contribute to precision medicine. So now I'm going to ask each of our speakers in turn to take a couple of minutes to describe how we provide relevant services and support to users, to the member states, and also what the gaps might be. Where do we need to go? How can we as a community better serve patient outcomes in the precision medicine era? So I'm going to start with Mabel, if I may. So Mabel from EU OpenScreen, can you tell us what services you're providing to your users and where are the gaps that you see for precision medicine?
Yes, thank you. Excellent. It's really a pleasure to be here and to share this discussion that I think is so important to focus to personalized medicine. So, Anton, we are an infrastructure. You open a screen with 10 member countries, 33 partner sites, and one database host. The partner sites, 22 are screening sites, 8 with high capacity of screening, and 11 medicinal chemistry sites. So the services we provide is in the aim of chemical biology, in research and development of new tools and proofs, and also in early drug discovery. Just in this connection with the new targets, with the new, we can say, personalized medicine ideas and the connection with the hits and the first screening for drugs.
Very nice, thank you. And have you identified any gaps in the infrastructure community or in the way we do things that you think that the field could develop further?
Yes, I think we are in a dramatical change moment in this because the gaps are currently I think the main challenge and limitation, because we have to connect the targets with the screening of new drugs and with the data, with the virtual screening, and also the data we produce with the wall of general data, and also with the correct tissue, the correct assay. So there are some gaps that we need to connect in order to create another way of a program for early drug discovery and also for chemical biology, talking about new proofs, right?
Very interesting. So really the need for multidisciplinary activity around a specific research question so that you can ensure that all the different types of data and tool are really being used correctly and in the right context of use. Very interesting.
Exactly. This is the point. Yeah. Yes, the focus is to connect in order to be more efficient.
Super. Thank you, Mabel. Tony, same question to you. What kind of services does EATRIS provide and where are the gaps?
Okay. So the focus of EATRIS is translational medicine. Like all the other research infrastructures, we are disease agnostic. But maybe a little bit the specific flavor of EATRIS is the fact that many research infrastructures that focus on a particular challenge, but in a very identified domain, and we put our focus on the process for interconnecting these domains. Because the concept of translational medicine, translational science, or translational research refers to the process by which the knowledge generated by science, at the end of a very long, bumpy, and unpredictable journey, has to be transformed in something that has an impact on people's life, health, economy, energy, or whatever. So there are very well identified gaps in this process, and this is the nature of the services we provide. For instance, in the translational medicine process, the regulatory guidance for the development of the solutions that at the end have to be transformed in a new drug, in a new medical device, in a new medical process, this is important. And also specifically, interconnect the communities that are essential for bringing these solutions to the public. And in the biomedical research field, I think one clear gap is what we call the innovation valley, by which we have difficulties in interconnecting the outcomes generated by scientific communities to those that have to upscale and bring this to the society, which is the industry. And I think a perfect example is, of course, the drug development process on medical devices and so on. So we put our focus on services that are specifically located to those gaps. And there is one element that in this long journey I think is absolutely essential. For EATRIS is very important, but I think is one of the big challenges that we have at the research infrastructure level, which is the concept of quality and reproducibility of research. We are in the middle of what has been called this reproducibility crisis, generating an enormous amount of outcomes that in many cases that have an acceptable level of quality and reproducibility for being upscaled to the next step. And this is something that in preclinical research and also the discovery process we see clearly. So one of our, let's say, goals also is to create a culture and actionable elements to foster and to promote a culture of quality and reproducibility.
Clear, very good. Thank you. So I think those two gaps interlink. Multidisciplinarity as a need to help support increasing reproducibility and exploitability of the data created. I think that's something we'll come back to in a moment. Thank you. Michaela, same question to you for BBMRI, please.
So BBMRI is the research infrastructure for biobanks and biomolecular resources. We have about more than 25 member states, exist since about 10 years. And we have services in quality, LC, ethical, legal, and societal issues, quality management, IT, biobanking, and development. And in that regard, we look at the interoperability of things and putting the biobanks on the map. The backbone of our research infrastructure are clearly the national nodes that have the national biobank networks. They have set it up with their own strategy, with their own strengths, and that is then connected where it makes sense across Europe. And along the lines of interoperability, the critical aspect is to connect with patient representatives. Here we have the stakeholder forum that brings now more than 40 patient organizations across Europe together, allowing a platform for exchange. So the keywords in repetition are interoperability, interdisciplinarity, of course, and providing a platform for exchange while putting the resources that were collected in different flavors in the respective countries on the map. And through that, we collaborate also on different layers and levels to the personalized medicine. So from the headquarters side, which I represent, I would say, we facilitate the access, whereas those in the national nodes are actually doing the harder work of putting the data in. Quality of data is kind of one of the keywords. And all of this can be either upfront or in the back end of what is important for of realizing personalized medicine in the end.
Brilliant, thanks. And any specific gaps that you'd like to point to that you think we really need to go there?
The gaps are clearly the still necessity. I think the technical aspects are relatively easy to be solved, and we had a discussion among us just before coming on stage. So technology is easy, and I should also come back to BBMRI on that. When we look back in the preparatory phase, what we needed to do was clear. How to get there, whom to include, that's the hard part, and on that we need clarity.
Very interesting, yep. Technology is easy, I like that statement. So it's really about work cultures and mindsets that really bring about the change. And I think that's a very important role for the infrastructures, is that we have this systemic role. We can represent communities, but also influence communities. So I think that's something we need to engage in a deep conversation about. How can we leverage that role that we have to support the system for better precision medicine outcomes? Thank you, Michaela. So Jacques, for international clinical trials for ECRIN, please.
ECRIN stands for European Clinical Research Infrastructures Network, and the mission of ECRIN is to support multinational clinical trials or multinational also observational studies. I must say that most of the activity for the time being refers to investigate the initiated clinical trials, but we have also some observational studies ongoing, especially in the field of personalized medicine. So why, in fact, if you consider personalized medicine research, it's not a single project, meaning if you want to develop a personalized medicine solution, it's a research program. It starts with a stratification. You have to collect data, either retrospective data or prospective data for the stratification cohort, and then you have to stratify, to test, to validate the algorithm that is used to stratify. So this is the first step, and this refers to the observational component, I would say, of the personalized medicine pipeline. Then there is a second step, which is the the translational step where you use different models, cellular model, organoid model, whatever model, to test different treatment options in the model that are supposed to recapitulate the stratification. And then there is a third step consisting of running clinical trials with specific design for personalized medicine, like complex trial, meaning platform trial, basket trial, umbrella trial, and so on, to be able to measure the efficacy and safety of treatment for the different patient group, patient strata. So this is a long process. ECRIN contribute to part of the process, meaning that we are at the first extremity, meaning we contribute to collecting data through multinational cohort for the stratification, and then we also support the clinical trial, the multinational clinical trials for testing the different treatment options. But in addition, ECRIN was the coordinator of a project called PERMIT. PERMIT stands for Personalized Medicine Trial, but in fact it went beyond the trial because it was a project to establish methodological standard for the whole personalized medicine research pipeline. And for this, we used to work with BBMRI, with Eatris, and with Elixir. And the outcome is currently being published. 6 papers are already published. But this knowledge is very helpful because I realized a few years ago that there were missing standards for the methodology of personalized medicine research. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacques. And you referred to the gap there that permit look towards. But are there any spaces or any gaps you see that you think we really need to focus on as a community?
Yeah, there are some gaps, so I will not give all the example, but for instance, there is no well-recognized methodology to calculate the number of patients to be included in the stratification cohorts, which is very different from the situation in clinical trial where there is a nice formula to calculate the number of subjects to be included. So this is something that is, there are some methodological gaps. There are also organizational gaps, meaning that for the time being, if an investigator comes to you, to Elixir, to BBMRI, or to ECRIN for a personalized medicine research project, they have to go to different shops and to know what can be sold in the different shops. And what we want is to have a single access point and a single contact point for this investigator, to have a single roof with a department store where he or she will be able to find all the services needed to run the complex personalized medicine research program.
Thanks, Jacques. Interesting point you raised about underpowered trials. I think that's also a problem in basic research and non-clinical research, and it's also what drives the value of death very heavily. So I think I would like to spend a little bit of time. How are we contributing to improving that so that research results are not only publishable but exploitable for the next phase of development? So this is something I think we should come back to as a community. Yeah. So last but by no means least, Nicholas from Elixir, please.
So Elixir, we're also a research infrastructure. Our job is to help to connect data across countries and across disciplines, and we saw examples this morning with the GDI project. But I'd like to, if I may, just 2 general aspects where I think cuts across all the research infrastructures. And I think the first one builds on what Jacques just said about the department store. I think the research infrastructures, because we are distributed, we usually have centers in most of the member states, we really can help to contribute to sustainability, and not only in the sense of the funding sustainability, which is what we often talk about, but also that cross-project learning and the sustainability of practices and integration of practices and results across projects. So that's we all participate in a whole portfolio of projects, and often those results sort of stay within the community or the consortium of one project and doesn't really move on to other entities. And I think that's a really important roles that we all take part in. And I think that's related to this department store part. The second thing, which I think we also collectively contribute to, is capacity building. And so if we go back to this morning, we heard the UCAIM project or the GDI project. They are based on national centers, and they require a lot of new technologies being built and set up in these national centers. I think it's the same for you, Jacques, with the national clinical trial centers. And building that national capacity across Europe, I think, and prepare the member states for participating fully in things like the partnerships, I think is a really important role for the infrastructures. If I look at Elixir, we've had over 40,000 people going to our training events in the last 7 years. So it's a massive sort of training operation. But then if we come back to what we can do specifically in Elixir, we are a data infrastructure, data management and supporting communities to build up effective data management practices, I think is really at the heart of what we do. And so that's where we're partnering with different groups to make sure that we develop, if they're not in place, we develop strong community standards and then also the means to follow those standards or coding practices so that the data can live on. And I think before you ask, I think that's my gap. So I think a big gap and really something we need to think about, and maybe this is the time right at the beginning of launch of a large partnership, is really how do we make the collective data assets of these partnerships available for research community, but also for, say, advanced analytics or artificial intelligence. If we want Europe to be a really competitive sort of research environment for advanced personalized medicine or advanced biomedical research, we need to find a way of making this data that's coming out of multiple projects in multiple jurisdictions available for machine learning and available for cross-project learnings. Now, we saw a good example with UCAME this morning, but I think that's really an area we need to think very carefully about, because otherwise Europe will fall behind the other big regions of the world.
Clear. Thanks, Nicholas. I'm glad you brought up machine learning and artificial intelligence, because that's, I think, an area where all of the infrastructures have a role to play, and as the whole community does. Certainly from our experience at Iatris, what we're seeing is a lot of algorithms being thrown into research projects because it's the flavor of the month, but we're not seeing the kind of quality both in the algorithms and in the data sets that they're being trained and tested on. Where can we go as a community? How can we ensure that we're betting on the right horses and that we're supporting robust and reproducible clinical research in the AI and machine learning field? I'll open this to anybody who's willing to take it on.
I think one key element is to put the right people around the same table. And this element of multidisciplinarity and a multi-stakeholder perspective of the development of personalized medicine is essential. And I'm happy that we put artificial intelligence on the table, because artificial intelligence is indeed a personalized medicine targeted tool, right? So, and it's interesting that we have to put on the table basic questions like, before developing an algorithm with a particular data set, we need to understand the clinical question that needs to be solved, which means that clinicians and algorithm developers, they have to sit together to profile the specific clinical question and identify not only the technological approach or the right data set that needs to be answered. And we are in a particular, you use a word that I think is important, critical moment in the development of, let's say, of this biomedical research agenda in Europe. The Artificial Intelligence Act is going to be adopted by the member states, hopefully very soon, after the final discussions in the European Parliament. And the Artificial Intelligence Act puts the patient at the center of the design process and also at the center of the accountability process of the efficiency of the implementation of these solutions. So research infrastructures, we cannot isolate ourselves within our, let's say, wonderful and fantastic scientific community, but we need to understand that for better serving the European research area and the citizens at the end, we have to take them with us for this journey. And this is something that it has to happen for the progress of personalized medicine. We have no other option, which means that probably we need to redesign internally also some of our culture. And considering that we are not just the elite of science and technology, but we are an instrument created by the European society for better serving the society.
Thank you, Tony.
Yes, I fully.
Yeah, go ahead.
I fully agree, really. Thinking in our case, in the open screen, we have two types of services very related with this, but we really need to make this connection. I think it's the key. One of them is that in some centers, like here, for instance, that are in Valencia, These direct tissue-specific measures, for instance, in chemotherapy, in Finland also they are doing, and we made just 1 or 2 cases in Santiago, but other centers are doing that, is to have the tissue from patients and in 2-3 days to make a profile of the efficacy, probably efficacy of drugs, for instance, in the case of cancer. So these need to be connected because to have the real sample, the way to understand the results is key to come back with the current result. We have the technology, but we have no disconnection really. And also, of course, the data, to know the data before to make the previous selection, right? And same happen with the samples for screening. It's not the same to start with a recombinant tissue than to start with the more, we can say more focused tissue. We have high throughput. It's not clear a tumor, but to develop the current starting point, this would be key to use this big technology to provide the results. I fully agree.
Thank you, Mabel. I think Nicholas was about to respond, and I'll go to you, Michaela.
Yeah. So I think there are 3 things that I think we should look at, and the first is actually I think we should embrace the innovation and the experimentation. So there is an awful lot of experimentation happening with AI and biomedical data sets right now, and I think we should really embrace that. That's a good thing. We're just at the beginning of this sort of transformative way of dealing with data, and so we should encourage that experimentation because we have no idea what's going to be the best ways of dealing with it. And I think if we do embrace that experimentation, I think that means that we also need to think about the data sets that we make available for experimentation. When we heard you came this morning, yesterday we heard the Harmony project with the big hematological data sets. So how do we make sure that these data sets that have been built up through a lot of European projects are being sort of sustained and held in a way that they can actually be used for that experimentation and learning? I think that could really help propel Europe to a sort of a very competitive position. I think that the second area we need to look at is curation. And so these data sets are valuable because they are carefully curated. Someone has taken the time to annotate. I mean, that's what Mabel just raised with the cell lines. Someone has taken the time to annotate those carefully. And that can come from, that careful annotation can come from many places. It can be registries, it can be payer data, it can be biomedical data sets, imaging data sets. But that, we need to value that curation. It's going to cost money. And so we need to think about how we make that an integral part of data production.
And in your mind, whose role is that curation process?
So I think there are many actors. So it's a very, I don't want to put all that responsibility on the data producer. I think there are roles for data coordinating centers in large initiatives that can help with that. We saw that in Harmony yesterday. The reason why they have a good cohort is because the group in Salamanca has taken the time, the effort, and the resources to curate the incoming data sets to a common model. And that really drives the value. I think UCAME is working very much the same way. I see Louise nodding. And I think there is a dual responsibility there. Okay. And I think the third area is validation. Really think about validation and cross-cohort validation. And I think that picks up on something I think Gerrit and Alfonso raised in the previous panel around data findability. How do we make sure we mobilize different cohorts and make them findable? You should be able to find a similar cohort in another country with a different population, take your algorithm there and then validate the findings and understand how robust that is. Mm-hmm. And I think that doesn't necessarily require data to cross national borders. You can send the algorithms there and validate them, but that validation piece rests on good data findability. If we can't find the cohorts, we can't do that validation.
And it's a very good point, and I think that's not exclusive to data, it's also to the wet lab process as well, right? So I think it's something for the research funders to bear in mind when you're funding research. What levels of validation are you asking for? Are you mandating? Because people do what you inspect, not what you expect. So it's down to the funder with the sticks and the carrots to really drive that quality and reproducibility aspect. So, and I think the infrastructures are always available to act as independent advisors on that process. saying, okay, for this particular type of research, what level of validation would be necessary for us to be able to look at these results and say, we like this, we're going to invest in the next phase of development of these results. Michaela.
In that regard, research infrastructures have something in common with a good comedy. In order to be successful, you have to have good timing, to be there at the right moment in time, to have the right people on board, and also to be agile enough to adjust in the right moment. There is definitely no silver bullet to figure it out for everything, but rather a multiple puzzle pieces that constantly need to be adjusted. And that ultimately will allow to simplify the process, because what all research infrastructures have in common, the average user does not care how they work. They care that it works for them eventually. We've heard yesterday that for patient representatives, personalized medicine is what can you do for me today? Maybe for specific diseases there is this awareness. It will likely only be of benefit for the next generation. We also know that the severeness of a disease increases the likelihood to share and share data and give access to it, but the average citizen does not. If it is not immediately felt what it is for, it simply needs to be done right, it needs to work. So that means to certainly bring patient representatives in, bring citizen patients representatives in, but also be ready to hear some items we might not like and then find a solution with it. The same also applies, as we have heard yesterday, with organizations. It's not a technological problem very often, but rather is the organization ready to adapt it? What are the resistances within certain organizational structures to make it happen? Who are the people in the end and the governmental decision makers, the policy makers who can make it happen?
Clear. Thanks, Michaela. I'm going to hand over to Jacques, then I'm going to ask the audience to come with questions. So if there are microphones in the room, that would be helpful, please. Thank you. Jacques.
Yeah, just a few words on this topic. I think there are two main instruments to ensure the quality of data and the robustness of results in personalized medicine. The first instrument is a methodology, and the second one is a regulation. So I will not cover all the different methodological pitfalls and aspects that were covered in the PERMIT project, but just to let you know, first of all, it's important if you use, for instance, machine learning for patient stratification, there is a need to have 3 different cohorts. The first cohort to train the algorithm, the second one to test, and the third one to validate. So this is something very important. It means that, yes, you have to collect data either from one country or from multiple countries with the integration of data. You have to make sure that you reach the statistical power in terms of number of patients and amount of data to be taken into account. Then there are also some methodological recommendations regarding the use of algorithms, supervised versus non-supervised, with different risk of overfitting or underfitting and so on. All this has to be taken into account. For the translational step, unfortunately, there are no regulatory recommendation, but for the clinical trial there are some methodological challenges, because all the complex trials were more or less misused, meaning that there are some basket or umbrella trial working without randomization, without control group, or with control groups that are non-concurrent control groups. So all these recommendations have to be taken into account. So the methodology is really key, and it was really one of the main steps in the main achievement of the PERMIT project. But the second instrument is regulation. Regulation is not universal. It is, let's say, we are under the European and national regulation here, but regulation is key here. And I must say that there are 2 different tiers, meaning that if the stratification is intended to just perform exploratory research, meaning to create a new taxonomy of disease and so on, but without having any impact on the healthcare of individual patient. In this case, there is no specific regulatory framework except the authorization for the clinical trials. But as soon as The stratification will drive the healthcare decision for the patient. It may drive the treatment, but it may drive also the prevention. As soon as the stratification drives the healthcare decision, here there is a very stringent regulation, which is very important to ensure the quality of data, meaning that, for instance, for the cohort, there is an ISO norm that is equivalent to the GDP in terms of data monitoring. There is a need to have a CE mark for the device generating the omics data. There is also a need for a CE mark for the algorithm that is used for the stratification. And then there is also not only a need to have, let's say, an approval for the clinical trial based on the translational step, but there is also a need to discuss with the HTA, because another major challenge is to be able to demonstrate not only that the treatment is efficient in a subgroup of patients, but to demonstrate that the personalized medicine pipeline is better than the non-personalized medicine pipeline.
Thanks, Jacques. I think it's an interesting thing you say there about the CE marking, because the second you develop the hypothesis, okay, the algorithm seems to identify this, I'd like to validate that, you already need to start thinking about that. What does that CE marking process look like? What's my regulatory roadmap? What dossier do I have to set up? And then how will I get that reimbursed, which is also a separate decision, also based on data. So I think it's very important to be aware that that far seemingly alien thing of industrial development is actually very close to your process. And I think that's something that we have to bear in mind. We're on a knowledge continuum, and very early on we have to understand who our patient is, who's going to pay for it, and what we're going to actually do for them. Thanks, Jacques. So please challenge us. Anybody on the floor would like to ask a question? Go ahead, right here at the front, please. Please introduce yourself as well so we can argue with you at lunch.
Thank you very much to the panelists for the presentations. I'm Ignacio Blanquer, Board of Directors of EOC Association in this case. So I want to acknowledge the key role of research infrastructure in data-intensive science, for sure. But I'm very interested in engagement of researchers. What are the keys in your research infrastructure to engage the user? And if you manage and engage the researchers, and if you have any estimation of the fraction of the researchers in your community that are actually doing the research on a daily basis through their research infrastructure. That will be very important for us to understand the aims that we have to achieve.
Super. It's a very good question, and one of our biggest challenges, I think, as a community. Anybody want to take that on?
Maybe I can start, because I'm pretty sure that we all have probably different experiences, right? And I think you made a very important point, because what is happening, and we have to be very honest with ourselves, is that as, let's say, as a community, policymakers and a scientific community, we have developed this conceptual model that we call research infrastructure, largely unknown by the research community. With an additional difficulty, that's that the model has become so complex that even people that are aware of the model, they don't know how to navigate in this maze. Also, complementing to the additional challenge that because the concept of research infrastructures was not a top-down, completely top-down decision at the strategy level, has resulted in a reality with every organization has developed their own strategy, let's say, not fully synchronized with the needs of the landscape, creating this concept that we call duplicities, overlaps, and something like that, which is part of the natural process of development. So I think that for me, one of the key questions will be the role of the national nodes at the policymakers at the national level, because Nicholas mentioned the key element of the reality. We are a distributed model, which means that our reality is not the people that were sitting in this table. The reality is the communities that perform research at the national level. So without an alignment and the strong determination of the local administrations, governmental responsible units, ministries, of showcasing the importance of this tool in the national communities, we are going to have a limited future. And in terms of how we engage the research community, I think probably there are different strategies. Maybe one of the things that we try to do in EATRIS is to encourage our community to participate in common projects understanding that the strategy behind is not so much the development of the project, but creating the identity of a community. Because what happens is when we sit around of the same table, we feel they are part of the same journey, right? So we deliberately try to implement a specific projects that force ourselves to promote cross and multidisciplinary between our communities, which is probably in the case of FECYT a little bit easier because this translational medicine concept by definition has to engage everyone, as a strategy for reinforcing the sense of identity.
Thanks, Tony. Anybody else want to? Michaela and then Niklas.
For BBMRI, it is somewhat similar in the sense that it's the backbone of the national nodes where there is a connection with the user, because BBMRI, so to say, only facilitates the access or says in those 5 biobanks here in that country, you find the samples and data that you're looking for. In that sense, in order to advertise the tool of the directory of the negotiator, the quality trainings and LC guidance, we have to go out to the various conferences, so not to attract the users necessarily to us. If they come, they're of course welcome, but rather to go where they're anyways going, at the conferences of the respective society. That is the PR mechanism, simply to beat the drums of the good services that are out there, and that this is one critical element that we have looked into far too little in the past. Also in collaboration with industry here and there to do specific workshops to really have clarity who the user is and target the user, again with the principle, go where they are. That said, the same aspects to remain critical prevail, because we otherwise, the risk is clearly to create a bubble within ourselves, and the projects, in our case, the latest one is CanSurf, allows us to engage with users through open calls, also see where the bottlenecks are, adjust our services, and that links to what was earlier said about sustainability, because already existing services that have been developed can indeed be adjusted, or new ones can come in, be developed in the context of a project, and then be integrated in the portfolio, and ideally, honestly, in a cross-fertilized portfolio of services across the research infrastructures, not only starting with us here sitting at the table, but of course expanding to the 14 others.
Yes.
Thanks, Michaela.
Yes,
Just Niklas and then Mabel. Thanks. No? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. No, just to comment that I fully agree. I think, but I think it's the key question, because in our case, that have very potent infrastructure with a lot of possibilities. The way is to go to the details, right? As always. So the details are the real user, the engagement, as you ask. I think this is the question. I would say that. These initiatives, for instance, in Spain with the Institute of Health Carlos III, to introduce to the Spanish researchers in the different areas the infrastructures is good. But I would say that to have some kind of examples of success would be great. For instance, in Open Screen, we made a call, as you mentioned, in which, for instance, it appears for different countries, the users, and in Spain, one of the projects is going to clinical proof of concept next year. So the researcher that is connected in translational research never thought that this could be a possibility to find a drug to validate their mechanism, for instance, in repurposing. So I think it's not just to introduce, but to try to go on and make examples that as this works, like. So I think this connection to start connected and generate success examples will be great to make the bigger the impact, right?
Yeah, those impact narratives is a very good point. Thanks, Mabel.
So I think for Elixir it's a little bit different, and that's partly because we're distributed, but we also work with many different communities. So one important mechanism for user access is the large, completely open data resources in biology. We call them the core data resources, but they are open access, so a lot of people are using them. We know, I mean, Uniprot, for instance, have about 100,000 hits per day. There might be a couple of million per use of users in a year. But all of these users are anonymous, so they come for looking up a single piece of fact or sometimes downloading the whole database for a large sort of computational study. So that's one way of user access in the sort of Elexi community. Then the other user access is really through our national nodes. And so if these big databases are so important, they have a lot of users, how do we get the data into those databases? And that's an important role for our nodes, is that sort of brokering or mobilization of data, as we call it. And so almost all of our national nodes have programs where they are funded through national infrastructure roadmaps to have experts that work and often distributed at the different higher educational institutes who sitting in core facilities and helping the users to bring the data in. I think the other part of that sort of national role, we saw examples of this morning, say with the GDI. And so when we have these large European initiatives, how do we help the countries to get the expertise they need to get the standards implemented and connect to the European initiatives? And that's another sort of part of user access. Then the user isn't necessarily a researcher, it is more the sort of national institutions. And I guess the impact project we heard of in Spain is a good example. We want to build a Spanish infrastructure, but we also want that Spanish infrastructure to connect perfectly and seamlessly to other initiatives in Europe. And so that's the sort of the third user group, which isn't a single researcher, it's more an initiative.
Thanks, Nicholas. Yeah, I think you mentioned the InfraServe projects, so where it's European Commission funding, where we can provide cost-free services to the community. These are very important tools, I think, to really show the value of the infrastructures. There's also one in infectious diseases run by Irinia called Isidore, which is also very successful. And I think that the national nodes have a role to play, but also the member states. We're a strategic instrument of the member states. So the member states also should then be proud to also present the infrastructures as service providers when they're also funding research. So I think that's very important that we cross that. I think we have time for another question from the audience, if anybody wishes to. Where do I see? Ah, thanks. Very dark, bad eyes, getting old. In the back towards in the middle here, please. Thank you. Thank you, and then over there, thank you.
Great. Yes, thanks a lot. Great to have you here. Great that you exist. Of course, we hope in the European Partnership for Personalized Medicine that we collaborate. But, well, we start to do this. I'm sure of it. I have another question that goes beyond Europe, if you allow. You know that for personalized medicine, we need the minimum data set. We need a minimum data set that is not only based also, for example, on the European context. We have migration, we have people coming that we know, for that we know that maybe the medication we are having currently is not working. If we are thinking, for example, about the African context, there are a lot of medications that are simply not working. So how do you see a possibility to interact international, sorry. Yeah. And how can you maybe support those continents, countries that are not yet at the level as we are in Europe, to maybe develop infrastructures? How are you accessible for researchers internationally?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think with the experience of the EU Latin America that Jacques has had, maybe you can are best placed to answer that first.
I think you raise a very important question. We have to consider that the cost of personalized medicine research is very high because all this research is data intensive. It is based on imaging, omics, and other large data sets. So it's true that there is here a gap, but there is also a funding gap. If you consider, I don't have the slide here, but I have a very nice slide with the density of clinical trial per capita in the high income, middle income, and low income country. If you consider just the clinical trial without considering the personalized medicine paradigm, the number of clinical trials per capita is probably 1,000 or 2,000 higher in Western countries when compared to the other. But the question you raise can also be addressed inside the countries, the European countries, meaning there are a lot of migrants, and for instance, promoting the participation of migrants is something important. And as I said just before, in the methodology and the strategy for the development of stratification cohort, there is a need to have 3 cohorts, one to train the algorithm, another one to test, and the third one to validate. And there is an absolute need to validate in different populations, meaning the diversity is key for the generalizability of the outcome of the personalized medicine paradigm.
Thank you, Jacques. Anybody else want to have a go at that?
Yeah, maybe adding just a couple of comments. I think I completely agree. It's an essential element. We need from the biomedical research domain, who's kind of driving, let's say, the personalized medicine concept. I think we need to include also other aspects which are essential with sociology, health economics, cultural differences, communities that will help us also to better understand how to plug, let's say, these other realities in the efficient development of the solutions that we want to pursue in the personalized medicine area. And there are strategies that could be very efficient. For instance, we are coordinating a large project. Actually, Anthony is the coordinator for creating a European platform for repurposing drugs to maximize the capacity of the solutions that are on the shelf to be applied to other conditions when there is evidence that could be applied for other conditions. And for that, we enroll the funders. And this role of having the funders in this strategy is absolutely essential. And I think that when we want to, let's say, to consider that Europe is not is not at the end a closed community isolated from the rest of the world, we have to interconnect with other initiatives that are globally, because the challenges are exactly the same and the solutions are very similar. And in the personalized medicine domain, this element of multidisciplinarity that includes the global perspective, not only the scientific one, but the patients, the funders, the policymakers, the industry, is an absolutely essential one. Because at the end of the day, the health economic challenge in the personalized medicine agenda is going to be one of the critical ones, and the taxpayers are going to claim for us, for the personalized medicine community, not only the scientists, but for all this, let's say, this party that we guys have just started, they are going to claim that they want that we give them the right solutions. So I think that the starting of the personalized medicine partnership is going to be a great opportunity for the partnership to plug into the development of the partnership all these organizations. And I strongly believe research infrastructure can provide this experience from the ground on the multidisciplinary challenges and solutions that are related to the development of personalized medicine.
Thanks, Tony. If we go, I'm gonna kill that question there if that's okay. Because then we have time for one final question in our 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Please go ahead. Here at the front left, please, one final question. Microphone, anyone? Over there, please.
Thank you very much. I am from the clinical research field, and I have no idea about what happens in Europe. So this is really, because I work in Africa, this is really an eye-opener. For someone who is being introduced to personalized medicine for the first time, this looks like also a specialized field. So when we're talking about research infrastructures contributing to it, what comes to mind is having accredited centers. I was just trying to get from you whether you think this is the direction this will take in the future, that you will have designated areas accredited with some form of an accreditation to handle personalized medicine. I, for one, is totally against that because it creates, in my continent, the haves and have-nots. And sometimes it's pointless to have HIV vaccine accredited sites all in South Africa when they can't do any malaria work because there's no malaria in South Africa. And I think this can also happen in personalized medicine, that you start to skew. Now you start to create dichotomies that these are the only ones who can do the work. So I come from a continent where you can be taught bad lessons about that because the darkest diseases hide in areas where you don't think they are going to come from. So Ebola is away from Uganda. Well, it is in Uganda, but it's from South Africa. I use South Africa because I come from South Africa and all the capacity is there. But to move South African researchers to Chad, it will take 6 months for them to get work permits, if you see what I mean. We are not like European Union. We have barriers against each other. So I'm really a bit concerned if we are going to take certain parts. So I would read a clarification on the question of accreditation of centers to do specific work instead of having a program that covers maybe the whole continent in one way or another.
Well, if I may, I think, so Jacques, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I just want to say that the concept we propose here is not to accredited center and to have a dedicated center to run personalized medicine research. It's exactly the opposite. What we want is to offer a series of services to support personalized medicine research from whatever site it comes. And depending on the disease, depending on the expertise, depending on the availability of patients, this research can be run in any center. But what matters is to ensure the quality and the methodological excellence of the project. And it is the reason why we as infrastructure are ready to provide this sort of infrastructure support, preferably under the same roof and preferably together with the funders.
I'm going to stop it there. Let's continue this good discussion at lunch. Thanks for a very interesting question. If I may summarize in the next 33 seconds. So the research infrastructures have created a value chain that supports the development of knowledge towards implementation. There are gaps, but there's also a lot of very high quality services and support. But what is the challenge is also about mindsets, communities, and cultures. And I think this is something that's cross-sectoral. So we as a community really need to sit together and really understand that we all own the challenge of implementing personalized medicines into practice. And that means we can't stop at the publication, we can't stop at the research funding, we can't stop at the analysis. So working together, I think the message is all the sectors are there and we're all available, but now it's about working together and really ask ourselves how we can do that. It was really pleasant today. Thanks very much for your engagement, and very big thanks to the speakers and to the organizers. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is now lunchtime. I'll see everyone back at 2:30. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying and joining and not leaving. Okay, up next, we have best practices in international cooperation in the context of personalized. Let's do that again. Best practices in international cooperation in the context of personalized. This is the kind of game I like. Personalized. All right, so how does this work? Just a spoonful of sugar helps the go down the go down the go down. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the go down in the most delightful way. That's great. Thank you so much. All right. Now, as you have seen during this two-day event, Europe is doing a great effort in the field of personalized medicine. However, the most important global challenges require a global approach to provide effective solutions. In the next roundtable, that belongs to the third axis, focused on the international cooperation for personalized. Our guests will discuss about the best practices in international cooperation in the context of the revolutionary approach. And as a moderator, we will have Einar Moltzen. Please welcome him to the stage. Welcome Einar Moltzen, ICPermed Chair. And joining him, we will have Manuel Barral, Maria Luisa Saraiva Pereira, Michelle Ramsey, Thomas Nieranda, and Rizwana Mia. Welcome to the stage.
So, can everybody hear me? Yes. Yes, very good. So, thank you very much for this very exciting introduction. It's really keeping everybody up to speed again. That's good. Because we're entering in a very interesting area, namely to discuss international collaborations. And there's no doubt after the day yesterday there was a lot of mention of collaborations. All kinds of collaborations between scientists, public, private, and I don't know what. So there's no doubt that there's a need for public, for collaborations. What we will touch on in this panel is maybe it's on the international part, but also maybe a very special part of the international part. But before I open up for the panel, I would like to just to put this topic into a little bit of context in personalized medicine. And let's see if I can get my slide to work here. So within ICPermed, as most of you know, we have for many years now followed the field of personalized medicine very closely. And what we also try to do is through our activities that we really try to promote the agenda of personalized medicine, both at a research and also at a policy level. And there's a heavy need for that. I think we all got that impression or knowledge after hearing the last 1.5 days of presentations. However, what is pretty interesting also from our point of view and very good is that there is a steady increase of new members in ICPermed. And I might say also that the new members are coming from outside Europe. So it's steadily becoming a more and more truly an international consortium for personalized medicine. And I think that's extremely nice. But this interest also shows that there's kind of a need for entering this network that we have of funders and ministries in ICPermed. We have also been following the developments of personalized medicine over many years now. And there's no doubt that there has been a very rapid development of personalized medicine. So it started out 10, 15 years ago as kind of a scientific specialty, only for the nerdy scientists within the genetics research. And now we are talking about one and the other of new therapies based on PM-based approaches entering healthcare. So that's truly a big achievement. But we also have to remember some of the data that came out yesterday, for example. So if you take cancer, which is the most prime example of success within personalized medicine, it's still only total less than 10% of the patients that really can benefit from PM-based approaches. So that means that we still have a lot of work to do. And as we continue to do work, there are new bottlenecks showing up. So I would say that maybe today, the biggest achievement overall within personalized medicine is that everyone, also our politicians and decision makers, consider personalized medicine as being one of the absolute necessities in our future healthcare. This is the way we can produce and deliver better healthcare for our patients and also better health for our population. Why is it so difficult? When we made the SRIA that Monica presented yesterday, and she also showed this slide, we had a lot of discussion particularly about this. And you say, why is it so difficult to develop personalized medicine? Of course, research is not easy. I mean, it takes a lot of effort to generate the data and the research result that is necessary in order to develop personalized medicine. But we also realized that we need to go away from the traditional way of looking at development of health and into healthcare. So we need to go away from the traditional value chain, and we need to consider this as what we call a personalized medicine value continuum. So it's not a linear approach, it's a circular approach. We do research, it goes into innovation, into implementation, it goes back again. And our real problem here is that we cannot fix the problem and get to the full realization of personalized medicine by fixing something in research or in regulatory or in health economics. We need to do all of it at once. And that is really what makes it so problematic and so difficult. And this is where collaboration, in particular international collaboration, comes in, because we cannot do any of this on our own. No single company, no single region or country can do this by themselves. We need to collaborate. And you all know kind of some of the things that are so important if we talk about collaborations and the necessity for collaborations. We heard today a lot about data and data access. Still a key problem. And there's a dire need to solve this problem, because without data we cannot develop personalized medicine. It relates directly into clinical development, where we also there need new strategies because of the different populations of patients that we're dealing with within personalized medicine. And one point which is very important is about equity, because most of the most advanced developments are also done in the very developed countries. But there are quite a number of countries and regions which are not so fortunate. They don't have the resources to do the same thing as in the very wealthy countries. And we need to find ways how we can adapt the PM approaches in a way that it also becomes a benefit for these countries. And that goes not only for Europe, that goes definitely internationally. In my opinion, it is this notion we are saying in Europe to leave no one behind. That's not a European notion, that's a global notion. Because inequality in healthcare is a source of unrest, confrontation, and populations not are having it very well. So we need to learn from each other, we need to communicate, and we need to collaborate. That's definitely for sure. And we have done that for many years now, an IC permit, and now we also have EP permit, will be another vehicle where we can use these things for collaboration. And then I would turn back quickly to my map of the world, because, as I said, most of the real advances within personalized medicine are happening in what we can call hotspots. Europe is one of them. We have North America, China, Japan, Singapore. But what is very good to see is that now there are some of the new continents, or the other continents, also coming up on the agenda for personalized medicine. And two of the most important ones here is Africa and South America. And for me, it's extremely good to see that we are now also getting into that arena, because, as I said, we should leave no one behind. And personalized medicine is not only for Europe or US, it's also for Africa and South America. So that's extremely good. And that leads me directly to the very distinguished panel I'm sitting among here, because what we have here are representatives from South America and from Africa. So we will hear stories from these scenes in these areas, and hear how it looks with personalized medicine there. And we will have some discussions and hopefully some learnings from that. So with this, I will introduce our first speaker, which is Dr. Manuel Barral Neto. He's a senior researcher at Fiocruz Bahia in Brazil. And he has a keen interest in understanding the complex interplay among immunological, metabolic, and clinical facets inherent to human parasite diseases. And Dr. Barral Neto did a major effort under the COVID-19 crisis in order really to find out digitally how the vaccination campaign worked out. So with this, I will leave over to you, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you, Einar, for the introduction. And it's a real pleasure to be here and talk about these aspects in Brazil. And I am looking forward to hear from other countries also the possibilities of possible similar paths. I think that when we come to personalize it or precise things, it's very difficult to really do plug and play. You have to do adaptations, because if the reality is very precise, it's very difficult to reproduce exactly in different places. So it's only... Okay. So just to contextualize, I'll be... a way that I see personalized medicine, it's much more in a kind of thinking in precision health. For me, a personalized medicine is a goal that is not really present today. We don't have that for many. I mean, Eitner mentioned that in his introduction, that very few people now really benefit from really personalized approaches, except for some cancers and maybe CAR T cells. It's difficult to imagine very personalized interventions. But of course, what we're dealing with is really to increase precision. And by the end of the day, precision means data integration from several aspects. So we don't really need to restrict data integration to genomics and other aspects. We really, and we heard a lot in the yesterday and about that integration with many other aspects. So we're talking about the same thing, but there are some distinctions, and I'm not going to be semantic on that. It's much more to think that we're in the same page. I mean, and why I'm telling you that is because we have distinct health priorities in the European Union and in South America, and Brazil is included in these differences. So if you choose, if we are very strict on what are really the targets of precision, personalized medicine, we exclude a lot of key targets for health in other countries. So thinking in terms of international collaboration, we have to have a broader approach in terms of the targets, the goals are going to be different, and the pace of implementation is going to be different. It's impossible to think that everything is going to be the same in this arena. And so it's, in this way, you have to think that other diseases like diabetes and that are important in these countries can be included in personalized or precision approaches for improving the health interventions. And also infectious diseases. I mean, infectious diseases is also an area that we are experiencing already, and COVID was a good example of that. That genomics is also very important in the viral infections. We had during the COVID the era that we are still living with, the variant of the week that was determined by genomics. So genomics is not only human genomics that is important, but also all pathogens and everything. And knowing and increasing the precision of the intervention, it's possible also to progress a lot on health in these populations. So we have really to have this broader approach for the situation. And also ethical, legal, societal aspects are also different in these countries, and this has to be considered in the international collaboration. And so I'll just to put some of that in perspective, if we restrict a lot on genomic-based therapy in oncology, then it's really a thing that's very difficult to implement strong collaborations with Brazil, at least, because there are so many other priorities in our list of important diseases that are not really thinkable, that the government will invest everything on personalized medicine in oncology. So it's a thing that we have to consider in terms of collaboration. And it's the same, like these graphics show, in all countries in South America and in Caribbean. I mean, oncology is not the main topic in our research or health agenda in these countries. So cardiovascular, diabetes, some other diseases besides infectious diseases come first, then oncology itself. In terms of ethical and legal aspects, the general protection law from Brazil is very similar. It was really inspired in the European law. So it's really kind of, it's not very difficult it's very similar and it's easy to collaborate. And we have probable advantage in Brazil that since we had already knew what's going on with the law in Europe, we were able to introduce an item of the law, a provision in the law, allowing for investigations in health that are really more flexible. The law is more flexible for these aspects. And of course, and since this data in the upper right part of the screen, it's really from the ICPERMED report that shows that many countries in Latin America are producing papers on these precision or personalized approaches. And this was, one of the persons that was directly involved, or some of the people that were directly involved in this report are present. So it's possible to expand afterwards, but just to show that it's possible in terms of interest in collaborating. There are groups in these countries that are already producing papers on these aspects. So, and then it comes really the aspects of the data. And in this aspect, I guess, we really have to think in terms of evaluating how we are going to exchange data and, or mainly how we are going to deal with that. Maybe in a federated model that the algorithm circulates, but not really they're sending data, but circulating algorithms. We have to, and we saw a lot of these discussions already, so I'm not going to repeat it in these aspects. And Brazil has now opened several calls for precision health. We never use the term medicine because we include public health also in the aspects of precision. And in terms of data quality, this graphic, this colored graphic, is really from the Global Data Governance Mapping Project. And it also shows that several countries in Latin America are really, in terms of the quality of data health, availability of data, not only health, it's similar to many European countries. So it's also possible to think in terms of collaboration because data is already there, and it is a totally independent evaluation of the arena. So these are really, I guess, just this reflection of this the possibilities that we see here, including digital health for increased precision, fits the several aspects of Horizon Europe. So it's data, and it's not necessary to strengthen that because it was already done here. Regionally centralized sample and data analysis. It's really critical for collaboration because then we get rid of several of the limitations of the general protection law. If you don't have to circulate samples or circulating data, it's easier to collaborate with the information and not really the analysis by itself. And also, this means that we have to work a lot in capacity building. I mean, and then scientific cooperation frequently starts from face-to-face discussion. So, and nowadays, precision medicine is not really anymore a wave. It's really the future of healthcare. Everything's going to be this way. So all countries are have to be involved in different paces, but all countries have to be involved. It's not a project. It's really the new era of health for everybody. So this is really a thing that we really have to promote, not as a specialty aspect, but present in many scientific medical interactions in these countries, how we put the topic on the list of discussions in international collaboration in the countries of interest. So this is what I think. I mean, to strengthen the participation of European investigators in local meetings and the other way around would be a very effective way of putting people together in a meaningful way, and not only, I mean, in leading to projects, but not starting with projects to get people or people interaction afterwards. So this is just some reflections, and I'll stop here, and we'll wait for the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Manuel, for these insights. And we will jump right further on to the next presentation from Brazil, from Maria Luisa Saraiva. Maria Luisa is the head of the laboratorial genetics unit at the Medical Genetics Service of Hospital de Clínicas de Porto Alegre, I hope that was correctly said, in the southern part of Brazil. And she is also a principal investigator of the Translational Neurogenetics Laboratory of the Experimental Research Center at the same hospital, leading research projects in cell and molecular biology, as well as molecular genetics, with focus on inherited neurogenetics disorders. So, please go ahead.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks very much for the organizer for inviting me to be here. I'm actually currently being the coordinator of a bioregional project. So this is the name of the project, the European, Latin American and Caribbean Collaborative Project on Personalized Medicine for Neurological Disorders, ELAPS-ND for short, it's easier. So as you are all aware, neurodegenerative diseases are a major health problem, and the project targets to elucidate a link between different neurological and neurodegenerative disorders by the characterization of known modifiers of individual diseases. And then our aim is to actually identify and characterize genetic modifiers in neurodegeneration, starting with a kind of associative study between genetic variations within candidate genes and age of onset in two different multi-ethnic group of patients. One of them being Alzheimer's disease patients, and the other one of the ataxias type of disorders, which is called spinocerebellar ataxia type 3. And then this is actually, the whole project was actually designed to be developed into two phases. The first one being, I mean, the aim would be search for additional modifiers in Alzheimer's and SCA3. And in this case, we would test in both cohorts at the same time. And then afterwards, the common modifiers would be characterized to check for the mechanism in regard of the pathophysiology. And then our project was actually designed to be developed into 5 work packages, as you can see in this diagram. And then the first work package would address ApoE genotypes and age of onset, mainly in SA3, but in other cohorts related to ataxia. And then work package 2 would address ApoE as a risk factor in cardiovascular and brain degeneration. Further on, the work package 3 would address ApoE variants in molecular pathogenics of ataxia. Then work package 4 would address ApoE in healthy aging and disease. And finally, work package 5 would address ATXN3 variants in molecular pathogenics of Alzheimer's disease. All these 5 packages are actually being developed by 4 groups into 4 different countries. I'm representing the Brazilian team. So as it was said, we are based in the very south part of Brazil, in Porto Alegre. And then we have a partner based in Germany, which is led by, actually based in Tübingen, which is led by Dr. Thorsten Smith. And then another group based in Panama, which is led by Dr. Gabriel Britton. And finally, one other partner based in Barcelona, which is led by Dr. Mar Hernandez Guillamon. So all these 5 work packages is actually divided between us into different cohorts. So our project have to be, our impact, the impact expected by the project is to unveil common modifiers across different neurodegenerative disorders and to understand a little bit more the mechanism and the changes that are actually promoted by specific genetic backgrounds in Alzheimer's and SCA3. So those 2, one of them is a multigenic disorder, and the other one is a monogenic one, but with several modifiers. And then we expect that the development of therapies towards personalized medicine would be more tailored to the right therapeutic strategy, and then leading to a better choice of molecular targets for the improvement of the treatments. So, as it was already mentioned, when we do a project with different countries, we have some major challenges. And I just want to mention 3 ones that we are dealing with. One of them is the facilities for shared databases. I think that we actually already mentioned that earlier on in this meeting, and we are actually now working on that. Then the other challenge is the alignment of funding agencies. This project is actually funded by different agencies, each one from a different country. So sometimes we have different ways of funding and some limitations to the way that the fund is actually going to be expanded. And the other challenge is the harmonization of regulatory issues. Then, as it was also mentioned before, not every country has the same rules or same way of dealing with some specific issues. And then, last but not least, I just want to mention other initiatives in Latin American countries. One of them, which is the most organized and bigger, I guess, is the ULAC permit project that you probably have heard about already, which includes groups from different countries, such as Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Panama, and also Uruguay. So in those countries, not just this project, but there are few other initiatives that are being conducted. And finally, I just want to mention that it's very important for, I guess, for Europe and also for Latin America to have these collaborative projects in order to reach a broader approach for personalized medicine everywhere, and to raise awareness, which is so important. It's going to be even more important in the following years. So thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Marie-Louisa. And I would like to have now heard from two representatives from South America. I mean, what do you consider the biggest bottleneck in terms of development and implementation of personalized medicine in Brazil or South America or Latin America?
Well, I think that one of the major concerns is how different and how big is the whole, in terms of Brazil, even though we are one country, we have different regulations and different ways of living and access to the health system in different regions of Brazil. So I guess this is one of the concerns on introduction of specific ways of treating and administrating all these issues. I don't know if you agree with me.
Yeah, I agree, and of course, Brazil has already started several aspects on this. São Paulo State is the well-funded, by a state foundation, and they're starting a very strong oncology program in precision oncology. And also the federal government approached, the new government started funding with sizable money several aspects of precision health. So I guess it's now we have a community of health investigators in Brazil that has expanded a lot, has strong connections both with Europe and the States. And so it's possible, really. The time, I guess, it's right to improve collaboration and improve joint projects.
Yeah, okay. And this is also, so if you should recommend what to do in order to promote this process towards better implementation of PM, I mean, what would you suggest here?
Yeah, the EULAC permit had already some contacts with the Council of State Funders in Brazil, and also the federal government. And of course, we also can put the links with the new government. I mean, they are really interested in pushing for precision medicine. The Secretary for Science and Technology of the Ministry of Health is directly involved in the theme. He's an economist, but even though he's really interested in pushing precision medicine in Brazil, personally, I mean, he's doing a lot of effort in this direction.
Yeah.
And I think that in the other end, it's very important to raise really awareness among the health community in general, to the doctors and also to the patients, and then we can reach a little bit further away, how important this is for everybody, I guess.
Yeah. So pretty much the same challenges as we also see in Europe, for example. Yeah, okay. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So we will now jump over the Atlantic and go to Africa. And the first speaker here is Michelle Ramsey. And Michelle is the director of the Sidney Brenner Institute for Molecular Bioscience in South Africa. And you have a keen interest in African populations and how genetic associations with complex diseases and pharmacodynamics and population genetics work in African populations. And this is a very important topic because this is also one of the limitations why we cannot just take a genetically based treatment from one area to another, because the genotyping is different. So please, Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, and really looking forward to so many more discussions on cooperation between Europe and Africa. But I thought, as the first of 3 speakers from Africa, I should maybe set the scene. So Africa is a huge and diverse continent. It has 54 different countries. It has a population of 1.4 billion people. That's 18% of the world population. And there are over 3,000 different ethno-linguistic groups across the continent. And because Africa is the birthplace of anatomically modern man, about 200 to 300,000 years ago, we have tremendous diversity. And the out-migration from the continent, which happened about 70 to 35,000 years ago, is what populated the rest of the globe. So the variation that we see in Europe is only a small part of the genetic variation that we see on the continent. So I was thinking to give you a little bit of a timeline of what has happened in terms of genomics and progress in Africa. And interestingly enough, in 1984, the first prenatal diagnosis by DNA analysis was done. And this was done in South Africa, and I can't say that this has been done in many other African countries yet. In 2003, we started the African Society of Human Genetics, and that's been a great catalyst for awareness of human genetics across Africa. And there are now 9 countries in the continent that have societies, country-specific societies of human genetics. So we are getting the message across. We hold regular meetings, and we think a lot about how we can promote precision medicine across the continent. In 2011, we had the first African government-funded genome project. But it was a very small project, and it included sequencing only 24 whole human genomes. But it taught us a lot in terms of capacity development as well. I think one of the cross-continental projects that is most well known in Africa is the H3 Africa Consortium, which stands for Human Heredity and Health in Africa. And that project now has run its course for more than 10 years and now has to think about sustainability now that the funding is no longer there. In 2021, of course, we had the start of EU-Africa PERMED, and I've been really enjoying being part of that. And last year, of course, the WHO published this report on accelerating access to genomics for global health. And in fact, today is the very first day that there's a meeting for the Technical Advisory Group for Genomics. And over the next 2 years, it will really talk about how to implement the recommendations made in this code, which is really supposed to be global. Interestingly enough, lots of things are happening on the continent at the moment, not least of which is writing a blueprint for African population cohorts and how these can contribute to really building research infrastructure that can be used for personalized medicine. So H3 Africa, as I said, started in 2012. It has 50 different projects and involves 30 different countries across Africa. The projects vary enormously. You can see all the different topics here, going from complex disease genetics to monogenics to epigenetics, and also with an emphasis on ethical, legal, and social implications. And through this 10-year period, we've developed many policies and guidelines for doing research, genomic research in Africa. And very importantly, this is also focused on capacity development. So over 700 publications have come out of this. And we're really at the nexus now where we have to think about the next steps and how we sustain this network and the resources that we've built. So I always like to say that if we want to improve individual and public health outcomes, it's really important that the genomic research is done in African populations, but also led by African investigators. But what we do know is that this is not something we can do alone. And that is why this partnership with Europe and the EU is really important in terms of delivering. But let's say, why do we need to do this research in Africa? Why can't you just take things out of Africa, do it here and take it back? So there are many different reasons, and some of those have been touched on already, and that is that there are clinical and cultural contexts which are different in Africa. So we know that our burden of disease is very different, very high in terms of infectious diseases, but now also seeing an emergence of non-communicable diseases. So priorities for African governments tend to be different. We also know that acceptability of interventions that have been developed in the global north are not always appropriate. We don't have enough information about the acceptability of, for instance, prenatal diagnosis and selective termination of affected fetuses. So the other thing is that, you know, when we look at the genetic or molecular etiology of diseases and we think about monogenic diseases, before we could implement diagnostic tests, we had to do the research to figure out what was going on. So we know that there is tremendous allelic heterogeneity, but also locus heterogeneity. For example, for Huntington's disease, whereas in the rest of the world there's a single locus, triplet expansion on chromosome 4, in Africa there's a second locus that accounts for over 30% of the cases that present with Huntington's symptoms. So it is really important that we understand genetic variations so that we can also do variant interpretation more appropriately. So when we go to complex multifactorial diseases, everything gets more complicated and we need far larger sample sizes to know what is going on. So when we do genome-wide association studies now in Europe, you know, the smaller cohorts would be using data from 100,000 or even 1 million or more participants. The biggest cohort in Africa for complex diseases is 12,000 people, so it's tiny. And you know what we have to realize is that there's tremendous regional variation, so what you develop as an approach for Southern Africa may not be appropriate in other parts of Africa. And then lastly, when we think about the implementation of personalized medicine, we have to take into consideration the health infrastructure, the laboratory support, whether there will be affordability and access to these new technologies, and then also how it will be sustained. So a few years ago, we wrote this sort of article talking about, has translational genomics come of age in Africa? And to do that, we decided that we wanted to ask people across Africa what was happening. And did they have access to a clinical geneticist? Was there genetic counseling? What kind of laboratory infrastructure did they have? And how ready was the health infrastructure to accept personalized medicine? And what we couldn't find human geneticists in most of the countries, in fact, and those that we interviewed were not trained in that area, but were either pediatricians or healthcare specialists in certain areas. So when we think about Europe, I think many countries, and I know not all countries, have advanced services. But when we think about Africa, this is what we're looking at. So the majority of countries have absolutely no services. Some have very limited services, not being able to service their populations. And then some are very disease-focused. For example, in areas where sickle cell anemia is very common, they would only do genetics for sickle cell. And 75% of the cases of sickle cell in the world occur in sub-Saharan Africa. And there are 8 million people affected, with about 1,000 babies born every year with sickle. Yet there aren't programs that do early diagnosis or provide even the most inexpensive treatment like hydroxyurea. And then we look at the US and we see how there is a cure for sickle using gene editing. So that approach is not going to work in Africa because there are only 2 countries that have capabilities for organ transplant, and that is South Africa and Egypt. So you couldn't use an ex vivo gene editing approach. So what we need to do is not think about how we're going to get over $1 million per patient for treating or curing sickle cell disease, but how are we going to adapt that to make it more affordable, for example, through in vivo gene therapy or gene editing. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but this is really a study that was done looking at the skills gap. And this study was done specifically in South Africa and needs to be done in other African countries. And what we concluded was that although people are very positive, clinicians, about introducing personalized medicine, they know that there are huge gaps in knowledge and skills. But what we learned from this exercise is also that it's going to be much more likely to introduce personalized medicine approaches if you integrate it into what is already there. I think people are very resistant to change, so we have to think about how we build on what is already on the continent. So the gaps really are high cost, limited access to appropriate technologies, inappropriate tests, the fact that we can't just adapt or adopt what has been done in the rest of the world, but that we do need to do the research so that we can appropriately offer things, and of course low capacity for genomic research in general. So genomics is on the rise in Africa, and our question is really how do we translate that into action? So you can see that we need many different partnerships. And we need, of course, governmental support and buy-in to make this happen. We need skilled professionals at many different levels. That's a huge gap, is that there just are not enough trained people. We need health systems that are better resourced for this kind of work. And we need to, as a lot of the discussion has been here, look at bioethical and legal frameworks. And we have the similar challenges that all of you have here as well. And we need more capability for clinical trials, and I think that'll be spoken about a little bit more. But I think very importantly, we need public understanding and awareness, because I think we shouldn't underestimate the power of civil society as champions for personalized medicine. So this is the last slide, and I was thinking when I put this together, what is it that Africa has to offer Europe? So I was thinking that we have high genetic diversity, which means that there is this tremendous potential for novel discovery. But we also have a huge youthful workforce, as we know the population increase is happening in Southern Africa. But what does Europe have to offer Africa? And we can say a high skills base, good healthcare infrastructure, access to affordable precision medicine technologies, and you have big data. But of course, we realize that it shouldn't be a one-way stream in either direction, but really it should be bi-directional. So I was thinking also about the challenges in Africa and the challenges in Europe, and I think somebody spoke about this earlier with the low population diversity, but also the increased disease burden as the populations age, but we are seeing those same trends in Africa. So I think there's much that we can learn from one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michelle, for this very nice overview and really putting Africa on the map. And I think it's something I myself sometimes forget it, that is kind of how big a continent Africa is, how diverse it is, and it's not as simple. So sometimes we talk as Africa as a country. That will not work for sure. So a lot of challenges, and we will come back to that in the discussions. But now I will move on to our next speaker, which is Thomas Nyirenda. And Thomas is head of the African Office of the European and Developing Countries Clinical Trials Partnership. And he has been working for almost 30 years in the sub-Saharan countries, trying to help out, providing better health care in a lot of different areas, particularly within tuberculosis and HIV. So please, Thomas, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers for inviting EDCTP to this very important discussion. And I'll start with the African campaign that Michelle has already started. And I would add that, in my view, any clinical trial on a disease of global importance should start in Africa, not anywhere else. And I think Michelle made this point very well. Why? Because life started in Africa. And I always add, if there's anything that is also going to wipe us out and take us into extinction, it's going to come from Africa. So if that is true, because nobody can dispute that, we haven't been there yet, really, it is really important to capitalize on what Michelle has said. The genetic diversity in Africa is important. Why for clinical research? Because when you do clinical trials in a genetically diverse population like that, your endpoints are already geared to that genetic diversity. So you're not really putting the cart in front of the horse. You are really looking at things from the beginning. Now we are struggling because all the clinical trials start in the West, and then you take the drugs in Africa, and then they don't work, and then you say, okay, let's personalize, and then the drug formularies and how you train medical doctors becomes back to front. So I really would like to appeal that for also any other personalized medicine approaches that you think are important, let's start them in Africa. So the whole of yesterday, I've heard about things starting in Europe. I think starting things differently will probably be a game changer. And the other reason why Africa is important, as Michelle said, is the disease burden. This is a home of 20% of the world population, but harbors 25% of global problems. Yet, if you look at clinical trials happening there, only 2%, 2.5%. And we need to do things a little bit different. So there is a groundbreaking program that I've been working for that Anna's talked about. This is a European-African initiative that was started in 2003 through Framework Program 7. And it has gone through phases. We finished phase 1, now we are in phase 2, in the middle of the picture there, which was under Horizon 2020. And EDCTP3 has started, which is under Horizon Europe. With very good funding, we started as a pilot program to do clinical research in Africa to develop drugs, vaccines, diagnostics against TB, HIV, and malaria. But in the middle program, which is the second program, there's an expansion to other infectious diseases that WHO has in the catalog, about 23 of them. And the same, it was going to happen from 2022 to 2030. And I think this program is a good entry point for personalized medicine in Africa, because what we have done as a groundbreaking program, we have gone into the middle of challenges that Africa has. And some of it has already been talked about by Michelle. Weak regulatory oversight, poor capacities in terms of numbers of people and also institutions, and lack of working together, like what we call networking, etc., etc. And that slide in the last 19 years just shows you how much EDCTP has been able to cover. Some of the countries, like Eno said, countries left behind, that never knew what a clinical trial is, we have been able to reach there, and that's why you see that that coverage really looks like it's covering the whole of Africa. The top map shows about countries which have received funding to strengthen their ethics committees and regulation. And the bottom map shows you where now those clinical trials are happening, and many of them are happening because of the ethics committees that are now capable to review protocols and approve research, doing things where people did not expect they are going to happen. Europe built research capacities in very few countries because of the history of colonization and exploration. So MRC in Gambia, in Uganda, etc., etc. But this model is changing to cover most of the continent. And that includes deliberate building of what we call regional networks of excellence. So what you see here is regional groups of institutions that have been given grants for 10 years just to build the culture of relying on each other. And they have been based in regional African communities, we call them, because Africa, as we say, is also diverse. It is one union, but it has different economic communities. So East Africa is one, Southern Africa is another, Central Africa, and ECOWAS in West Africa is another. So with just a little bit of money. When I say a little bit of money, we're talking about 1 billion euros. EDCTP is able to put in place in Africa numerous projects. And this slide talks about 400 clinical research programs in the last 10 years or so. And what that has done is to increase the number of clinical research happening in Africa and people becoming comfortable to do research. The bottom graph shows you how African research now looks like. If you're mapping it, you can see a very good increase. Although if you look at the colors, most of the research is done in Egypt and South Africa. But that's a different discussion, which we can talk about. But the good news is that most of the African continent is participating. And if you look at the products that are coming out of it, here are some of the products, very instrumental ones. Children ARV, which people forgot about because HIV started as a disease of the rich, basketball players, tennis players, and all men, not children. But we are able now to turn that around to produce children formulation for ARVs because we have plenty of children that are getting HIV from the mothers. The same applies to prevention of malaria in pregnancy, et cetera, et cetera. So this slide just shows you that it is possible to turn things around in unimaginable settings and produce good quality drugs that are acceptable by FDA, EMA, and it can also be possible for personalized medicine approaches. And this takes me then to my last slide of the campaign to bring you to Africa to start personalized medicine there instead of starting in Europe, that if we do that, we'll be able to build the capacities that are required right from the beginning. So my appeal is to put personalized medicine in clinical trial programs, not to isolate them and do them later. And if you do that, we will also build the networks that are able to internalize this and become normal business and rely on the processes, build them together, build the culture together, build the partnerships, learn from each other, share the gains and share the losses. And so that we don't look like we are saving lives through different programs that need to come in when there's really a dire catastrophe like COVID taught us. But it has to be just normal routine of doing good science. And if we do that, we will produce products that already take into consideration our genetic diversity, our cultural diversity, everything else built into one equation. I was happy outside at lunch, I met a young lady who is studying health economics. Unfortunately, she's studying in Europe, but she's from South Africa, Cape Town. And I said, why don't you come to Africa, because we need health economics there. What are you doing? There's plenty in Netherlands. But the point is, we need to work together. So the skill that she gets there probably will work and help us in Africa as well. So I would like to stop there, but my main campaign is Africa is ready. We want you to come. Let's do this thing together. Let's not do it back to front. Let's do it properly, and let's start it from Africa because that's where life starts. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Thomas, for this very nice presentation and impressive what you have achieved with the EDCTP initiative. So, really nice. And now we come to the last but not least presentation. There's Wana Mia, who is a senior program manager for precision medicine at the South African Medical Research Council and has been very active in that area. So one of her achievements is that she established the Research Council Genomic Center in collaboration with the BDI Shenzhen in China, an initiative that she herself conceptualized and also brought into play and found funding for in order to have more capacity to develop data, genomic data. She's also very active in relation to Europe, so a very active member of the EU-Africa Permit Collaboration, and also representing the Research Council in the IC Permits Executive Committee. So please go ahead, Ms. Rana.
Thank you so much, China. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the organizers to invite me to speak. And on behalf of the project consortium, I appreciate representing them here today and giving you a context on the African personalized medicine agenda and beneficial cooperation with the EU. So, just to start off, I will go through the African gaps and opportunities and propose a regional consortium model and talk about developing beneficial AU-EU collaboration. And my speakers before me have done a very good job in providing an excellent context. The work that I present is actually the EU-Africa Permit project work. This is a project that is funded by the European Commission under the Horizon 2020 program, and it started in 2021. February 2021. And our aim and objective is to facilitate and strengthen research and innovation collaboration between Europe and Africa in personalized medicine. We are a consortium of 13 partners from both Europe and Africa. We consist of government entities that are largely playing a role in developing this contextual overview that you see today. So we conducted an extensive stakeholder engagement, and we wanted to understand the continental gaps and opportunities. And so we unpacked this through categorizing stakeholders and engaging them at a regional level to uncover the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and barriers for developing the African personalized medicine agenda. And so, you know, if you look at what's the current research and innovation ecosystem gaps in Africa, there are many. And obviously, infrastructure is a large area that, and then there's policy and regulation. There's skilled workforce, which is lacking, and the research and innovation funding value chain that's not properly enabled, obviously health system readiness for personalized medicine, and development of population databases, both genotype and phenotype databases that don't exist, and of course very low level of translational research, especially in pharmacogenomics, personalized medicine approaches, and digital tools to actually support the personalized medicine ecosystem. Now all of these gaps convey some needs, and we obviously want to aim for a desired ecosystem, and you know, at the first instance, at least be able to achieve a sort of data-driven health system in Africa. And how would we do that? Essentially, we want to enable focused funding. We want to be able to create that skilled workforce, population databases, both genotype and phenotype databases, a relevant policy and regulation. And of course, this will emulate in a robust translational research environment, at least. And so if we look at the immediate sort of priority action plan opportunities that lie in Africa, essentially these are the development of a regional consortia, which can create a sustainable ecosystem, develop African population databases, especially, you know, sort of localized sort of genomic research initiatives, large scale, and this will obviously develop the workforce and innovation pipeline that's required. And of course, you know, you need to be able to include African clinical cohorts in new therapeutic trials. And I think my speakers before me also iterated these points. So not to labor them too much, you know, develop sort of diagnostics that are more precision medicine related, especially in the area of cancer and NCD screening, and of course disease management of a very different dynamic disease burden, which includes sickle cell disease, the complexity of managing AMR, which is antimicrobial resistance, and HIV, TB, malaria, and neglected diseases. And be able to develop equitable systems of health, especially digital health initiatives through public-private partnerships. And this is sort of our goals. And so if I give you a picture of the regional dynamic in Africa, they're very different. We had analyzed the continent based on the research and innovation output, publication output, as well as policy landscape, and we categorized them. My speakers before me iterated the difference in Africa with a lot of activity from South Africa and Egypt that literally lead in this area in the continent, but there are other countries that exist, and these are Group 2 countries. We call them Group 2 countries because they have certain level of research and innovation that can be leveraged to stimulate a personalized medicine ecosystem. So in North Africa, the dynamic is very different, North Africa, Southern Africa. And then if you look at East Africa as well, where you can actually stimulate areas of collaboration. And but then again, you have West Africa, which really needs stimulation across the full value chain. And then Central Africa, which of course is highly underdeveloped, and we need to enable the full funding value chain as well as the research and innovation ecosystem as a whole. And I want to just, at this point of view, and I think following on from what my colleague has presented earlier, Michelle's presented earlier, just to give you an understanding of what's happening at a global scale and where we are at in terms of where Africa is at. This picture was actually developed as a national genomic data initiative understanding of all the population genomic programs that are taking place globally. This was in 2019. I have now added that we have Egypt that started their national genome program. They started this, in collaboration with funding from their government and Middle Eastern governments that are supporting their initiative. And then the Tunisian genome program launched this year, and this genome program is actually supported through the French government, through the Pasteur Institute, and now South Africa is in a position where its government wants to also enable a large-scale genomic program. But these are just literally 3 programs that have just that want to initiate actually, and haven't really broken ground if you look at the global landscape. And so there is an opportunity for collaboration, especially with the Tunisian genome program and the South African genome program. And so I want to bring your focus to what the current value chain in funding looks like. And if you look at African personalized medicine agenda, and if you look at where the funding is going, you will notice that there is a large gap in especially basic research biomarker discovery funding. And of course, across the value chain for research infrastructure support and the commercialization potential. So there is a lot of global funding available for preclinical or prototype development, and these are just these are based on basic research. If you don't have basic research, you can't actually develop any sort of personalized medicine approaches. And then in the clinical research domain or implementation science, and so there is this and most of the funding calls, they do not address the full value chain as well. So I just want you to bear that in mind as well. And so, when we talk about this beneficial collaboration between the AU and the EU, and we talk about regulation, resources, when it comes to resourcing, I mean, you need that sort of robust population genomic initiative to occur in these countries, and this will result in the in the stimulation of intellectual property development, which can actually empower countries and create the equity that we'd want to drive as such. Also, developing an African data policy and regulation framework is very important, but at the same time, you have to be very careful, and you need to develop relevant frameworks and relevant policy and regulate in such a way that it is beneficial for both, you're able to enable open collaboration. And of course, when you are developing this regulation, you should look at intellectual property regulation, and this will also be something that can enable the development of new methods and diagnosis and treatments that can be leveraged by African countries, and that drives equity as well. And also policy advocacy, which is very important, and especially in African countries that don't have any sort of policy around, their national research agendas don't include personalized medicine. This is where this advocacy is really important. And I have 2 slides. Sorry, this is one slide, and then the next one is the last one. So when we talk about this workforce development, what do we mean by it? And I think, Michelle, you've touched on it as well. And you're really talking about building a critical mass of skills. And, how do you do that? And it really needs to be sustainable, because we have a lot of PhDs and postdocs that are trained in our continent, but unfortunately, the small skills base that we do have can't sustain them. And so they can't get employment. And so this is the reason why, when you think about the whole ecosystem and driving changes in the ecosystem for collaboration and building personalized medicine, this is very, very important. And we feel that, public-private partnerships could be a good model, and also sort of build that capacity for the future transformation of healthcare in the continent. And when you talk about equitable research collaboration, you need to understand that we are working in a space where my time's out.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So when you're talking about this equitable collaboration, you must understand that the field is relatively underdeveloped, so African scientists are not going to be at the similar level as such. And so that competitiveness is not going to be there, and so it has to be viewed differently when you think of those partnerships and those calls that are developed between the 2 countries. This is my last slide, and so thinking about developing these partnerships, we think that that's the reason why we propose a regional consortium model, where if you want to drive development of personalized medicine in Africa, there are countries that are stronger in each of the different regions that can help build the capacity slowly and can slowly foster the inter-regional engagements. And the current opportunities in developing personalized medicine would be in maybe the precision diagnostic tools, but I don't need to mention these because my speakers before me had actually iterated on some points here. And the last point is obviously the public-private partnership model, which is very important, and obviously changing the funding focus for Africa, because it's largely focused on infectious disease, and we need to build the non-communicable disease research and innovation landscape. And with that, I'd like to say thank you so much for this opportunity.
So thank you very much, Rizwana, for this very nice overview and status. And I would like to ask the same question I asked our representatives from South America, also to the African representatives. So you have all listed kind of a number of different things, the different bottlenecks of various sorts, and how. So what do you consider the largest stopper for implementing personalized medicine in Africa? I know there's a long list. We have the same long list in Europe, of course. But if you take 1 or 2 picks, you can each have 1 or 2 picks. What would you pick? Which one should be first addressed?
I'll begin. Because, for me, the biggest gap is really skills. And we need to do skills strengthening. I always feel we shouldn't talk about capacity development. It should be capacity strengthening. And I think we need to think about exchange programs in a different way, because the general paradigm is that, Europe or America offers these courses and African students go there and they do things and they go back home and there's nothing there. So can't we put that on its head, as Tom was talking about, inverting things, and say, if we are going to have courses for strengthening capacity, that we have experienced people from Europe, for example, going to an African country for a month or 2 or 3 and trying to make things work there. Because I think, if you don't have a lab, you don't have the techniques going, or you don't have the bioinformatics skills, just setting up the infrastructure to do bioinformatics can be extremely challenging. So I would love to see some kind of inversion in terms of the way that we think about training and capacity strengthening. But I think, one of our huge problems, and you've just said that, Rizwana, is really retention. So how do we retain African scientists and invite the diaspora back to Africa to do good science and big science? And I think, we can look at that in terms of partnership with many European countries.
That's a very good point, yeah. Rizwana, what would you pick?
I would add to what Michelle is saying, and saying that if for you to drive that skill strengthening, you'd have to have big projects. Because if you don't have a common goal and an aim and an objective between the two countries to develop, it's going to be difficult for you to retain any sort of skill set. And also, bringing the industry component into play is very important, because you're not going to get government funding. And I think we've shown in our portfolios of investment that we could only achieve whatever we could achieve through leverage funding partnerships, where we take whatever little money we get from the fiscal and we partner with other global funders and enable these transnational projects, these transnational collaborative projects. And then you can actually drive the development of the tech transfer capacity, the low-hanging sort of precision diagnostic tools that can be transferred, and the actual industry where you have skills developed. We have one project that is an example, but it's not going to break any ground here, because at the end of the day, we don't have the database of genotype and phenotype data on populations. We haven't got stratified populations. So it's not easy to also just develop personalized medicine approaches. And we have to be genuine in understanding that personalized medicine is based on omics technology, and enabling that omics technology in countries can only happen through this public-private partnership, where you actually bring those technology providers, those technology suppliers to partner on projects to develop that capacity within. Yeah.
Okay. And Thomas, what would you pick? So we had skills, we have big projects.
Yes, so there are other areas. I think regulation is another issue that we need to think about. And when it comes to that...
In terms of?
In terms of, there are several issues, like was discussed over the last 2 days, issues of data. Because I think these programs won't be really successful if there isn't good regulation in terms of data sharing, etc., etc., and issues around big data that we're still grappling with. That will be really a bottleneck. I was just saying to one of my colleagues outside when we were having coffee, it seems that somebody brought the word popular to our detriment. Because every time now we walk into countries, they have put these offices and appointed people who are looking at everybody who's talking about data or personal data and say, no, you have to go through me and get an approval. And I think that's a really big concern. And there need to be ways to think about how this can be gotten around. So that whatever is proposed doesn't meet those kind of artificial,
And the other side of the Atlantic should also have an opportunity to take your favorite picks. I mean, what you would choose as a first point of action if you should prioritize. So we have skills, we have regulation, we have large projects.
Well, I think that, as I mentioned, we have to expand capacity building, but we have already, several groups that could be a good start. And the idea of expanding this capacity building with local and European investigators would be another way to really stimulate already discussing joint topics for research projects. So we can combine both capacity building and already discussing some of these topics, priority issues. But seeing the Brazilian landscape now, oncology is on board. They're starting, and it's an opportunity because it's a major topic for Europe. And also infectious diseases, I think, now they're really choosing, viral diseases is obvious, and preparedness for several other aspects of the pandemic, of the new pandemic, that is, it's really another that could be fitted in precision, not the same ways as oncology, but we would be dealing with different types of precision in health intervention.
Yeah. Okay. Anything?
I would always add funding because I think that funding is crucial, mainly because in some areas of Latin America, as it was said, some areas are very well prepared regarding infrastructure and also skilled people, but there are other areas that are not covered. And as the distances are very large as well, so sometimes it's hard to overcome that. So we would actually need more funding to train more people in more strategic places, and then to try to, at least to bridge or to make this distance a little bit lower to cover all Latin America.
Yeah. Okay. And funding should then be, so you might say, if Europe should help out here, how could Europe do that in the best possible way? That's a question to the whole panel here. Of course, funding is always good, so come with a pot of money, that's nice. But it can be done in different forms. So any suggestions how that could be done in a good way?
I'd like to tackle that, because I think that what we really lack are career paths for researchers in underdeveloped countries. And, it seems that there's always funding for postdocs or for PhDs, but there's never funding for that middle layer. And what we really lack is good supervisory capacity. So in many African countries, we have so many students who want to study, but they can't find appropriate supervisors. So I would love to see funding going to that middle level. And I think it has to be a partnership and a co-funding, because you can't expect external funders to fund that if it's going to be sustainable. But I really think if we don't build up that layer, we're not really going to amplify research. So I would like to see some focus there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I would add that an important point in Brazil, at least, would be infrastructure. We have saw in the previous session, all the investment, European investment in infrastructure for personalized medicine. So I think this is an area that could be, besides, of course, funding projects, that could be with matched funds also, but even the experience in the whole effort that Europe had made already in infrastructure would benefit planning and implementation of some of this in Brazil.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
I would also add that I think for personalized medicine, not to take advantage of the health security agenda, the funding should be together within the ecosystem of health security. Because if it looks like a separate project or program, that is going to disadvantage it. But it needs to be budgeted within the global health issues. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we are getting to the end of the session here. So I would like to make another comment, which is kind of more a reflection when seeing these presentations. And that is kind of the whole agenda for personalized medicine. Because if you look at it from the European side, it's right now, and has been since the beginning, driven by cancer and also later rare diseases. And it is just my impression that this is not the agenda for Africa or South America. You have, as you mentioned, other challenges. So maybe it would be important to, when you do collaborations between your continents and Europe, for example, that you also, as in some cases as being done, setting another agenda so that there's a focus on the disease, which is the largest burden for your places. So I know it's difficult because we focus on cancer and rare diseases because that's what's most feasible right now, but I think we need to have the other thing in mind as well. So
And the dynamic of that fact that you're working with a population that's largely HIV positive, like for example in South Africa, our dynamic on even tackling non-communicable diseases and all comorbidities is on the back of this huge infectious disease burden. You have this high level of HIV positive individuals and TB, and you've got to manage them. And they are all on ARVs and they are all on antibiotic treatment. And it's challenging because the level of comorbidities is then higher and even more complex to deal with. So when you talk about like cancer, in HIV patients, we're looking at Kaposi sarcoma, which is a very different scenario. And so that's the dynamic we face. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But also, I think it's good to bear in mind that these dynamics will change over time. So the epidemiology in Africa now is that non-communicable diseases will surpass infectious diseases. So this is where I think joint programs and learning from different programs will really benefit. Some of our cancers look low because our population screening and surveillance is also not good. But breast cancer, cervical cancer, in some areas where surveillance is good, is high in Africa.
Yeah, I'm not saying cancer is not a problem, but it's maybe, So. Okay, so I would like to thank the panel for some excellent contributions, and I hope the audience also learned something here and have something to take home. So thank you very much, and thank for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll see everyone after our short coffee break. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Now, before reaching the conclusions of this conference, we have with us Anna Laura Ross, Head of Emerging Technologies, Research Prioritization and Support in the Research for Health Department of the World Health Organization Science Division. She will talk about how to accelerate the access to genomics for global health. Now, due to some scheduling incompatibilities, Mrs. Ross joins us online. So can we please give a very warm virtual welcome to Anna Laura Ross.
Thank you very much for the welcome and introduction. And as indicated, I would have loved to be able to join you in Valencia, but unfortunately, we have ongoing commitments here in Geneva, in fact, related to genomics. I'll touch upon a little bit what else is keeping me busy today in Geneva. So first of all, as indicated, my name is Anna Laura Ross, and I'm the head of Emerging Technologies, Research Prioritization and Support at the World Health Organization. And actually, our unit sits in the Science Division in headquarters here in WHO. Okay, here we go. So I'm not going to talk about what is genomics, certainly not to this audience, but what I will say is obviously genomics is a cross-cutting thematic area. And I point this out, as I said, we are sitting in the science division, and this is slightly different to some of the thematic areas and technical departments that we have in the World Health Organization that might be disease specific, or they might be linked to a life stage, for example. And of course, what we see with genomics is it truly is cross-cutting across different types of genomes, not only humans, but also pathogen and others, and also really derives from a different methodologies, including biochemistry, genetics, molecular biology, computational sciences. And so in that sense, the science division is quite a good center of gravity, but it really does involve many, very many different departments in the World Health Organization. Now, why genomics? Again, I think that this audience doesn't need to have an explanation per se, but what I will highlight, and I suspect you have the opportunity to reflect on this, is that we are in a stage where there are technological advances, and they have revolutionized genomics by enabling faster and cheaper sequencing of entire genomes than ever before. And this has led to significant progress in our understanding of genetic variation, gene expression, and the role of genes in biological processes. I would highlight that genomics is being considered across all organisms and all ecosystems. And we're really looking at it through a One Health lens around healthy ecosystems, healthy animals, and healthy humans. Now, this slide, and I don't expect you to look at all of the details, but it gives a little bit of a sense of the work and the existing efforts and initiatives at the World Health Organization. On the right of this screen, you will see activities, entities, groups linked to pathogen genomics. And you'll see that really this is probably the majority of the work that has been happening. And certainly in the wake of a pandemic such as COVID-19, it is no surprise that there have been significant efforts on pathogen genomics. But of course, even prior to COVID-19, pathogen surveillance per se is integrated in many various different aspects of what we do at the World Health Organization. I can cite the polio network, the influenza network, and of course, all of the work linked to HIV, TB, and malaria, and so on. On the left side of the screen are some examples of human genomic efforts. And these are just some examples, but obviously they touch upon many different departments and many different groups within the World Health Organization. There are also efforts on plants and animals, although less so, but we'll see how that can all fit in together. And so this is a little bit the context that we've had until recently in the way that WHO has been thinking about genomics and the initiatives and the efforts. And I didn't mention in my introduction, but in addition to my unit head role, I'm also head of the Secretariat for the WHO Science Council. And as you may know, the Science Council in 2022 released a document on the acceleration of access to genomics for global health. Now, this was an effort that was started, and we started thinking about it already in early 2021, when the Science Council was established. It is a group that reports to the Director General, Dr. Tedros, and we really were thinking about how we can use such a high-level group of various different, really international renowned scientists across different disciplines to think about cross-cutting activities. And genomics was a very good fit in that sense because of what I was saying earlier about how it touches so many different dimensions of work that we conduct at the World Health Organization. And so as indicated, we started thinking about this subject already in early 2021, and in April, we had the first meeting of the recently established WHO Science Council, and this is where we formally selected genomics as a focus of their work. Throughout late 2021, we organized a series of workshops on accelerating access to genomics and technologies for global health. We had several hundred participants and experts in each of these workshops. The first workshop was really thinking about the global health benefits of genomics, and we had really rich experiences. And I think they've also heard earlier in the day during your conference some of these examples of how genomics can be utilized and implemented in a variety of different contexts. And that was a really rich workshop that we had with a lot of very positive witness and accounting of what was happening in various different contexts. The second workshop, we focused on technical and financial considerations, so a little bit more pragmatic. What are some of the issues, the challenges, the opportunities? And again, there was a lot of very important feedback from the various countries. And finally, in the third workshop of the series, we looked at some historical, some ethical, and legal and regulatory considerations. So a lot of discussions around these very important themes that are linked to how we can accelerate access to genomics technologies. This was already, as I said, several hundreds of experts coming together and inputting and providing their contribution to this work. Then in the first half of 2022, we constituted a draft report and we opened that even further for public consultation. So I'm highlighting that just to evidence how much of an open and consultative and inclusive process it was. And finally, in July 2022, we released the report, and I showed on the earlier slide the cover. Now, I suspect several of you might have seen the report, so I won't go into too much detail. But just to say, there are 15 recommendations that have been organized around 4 themes. The first theme is the promotion and the advocacy of the adoption and expanded use of genomics in all member states. And this is, I think, highlighting one of the roles and the powers that the WHO has through leadership, advocacy, and the convening power that WHO can have. The second theme is around overcoming obstacles to implementation and really thinking about some of the technical aspects. What do we need to think about in local planning? Training of essential personnel, financing, the provision of the instruments, the materials, the reagents, etc. The third theme is to be able to foster engagement and commitments to collaborative activities. One of the aspects that I think all of us, both in the Secretariat and the members of the Science Council, were really pleased to see was the level of collaboration and the networks. And again, I think this has been maybe one of the themes that you've been able to speak about today. And certainly we want to recognize in the report that commitment to collaboration to promote all aspects of national and regional programs that can advance genomics in member states. The fourth theme was a broad theme recognizing ethical, legal, and social issues for equitable use and the responsible sharing of information. So this is quite a broad theme. There are some recommendations. We don't necessarily have all of the solutions, but certainly recommendations for all parties, member states, and stakeholders to think about some of these considerations. Now, more specifically, when we look into some of the details, one of the key recommendations was to establish a group within the World Health Organization of external experts to be able to provide direction and advice to implement the activities and also report back annually. And to this sense, we have now established a WHO Technical Advisory Group on Genomics. We call it TAG-G for short. This group, it was the call for experts. It was a public call for experts. It was open over the summer for probably about a month or so. We received a high number of applications. We had the hard task of whittling down those hundreds of applications to the final group of 15 members. The 15 members you'll see here on the slide, and they do represent each of the WHO 6 regions. So in the way that we organize our global presence is through 6 regions. And so they're really representing a very global group from UAE through to Thailand, to Malaysia, to Canada, and so on and so forth. And as I was saying, one of the reasons why I couldn't be with you in Valencia today was actually because the Technical Advisory Group on Genomics, TAG-G, is meeting for the first time in Geneva today and tomorrow. So you'll understand why I had to prioritize being with this group who are meeting just in the meeting room downstairs as I speak. Now, the TAG-G will have several functions, and they've really started off with very dynamic and very enthusiastic discussions already today. The TAG will be able to provide technical guidance on the activities that are implemented, to review and recommend priority activities, contribute and advise us in the WHO Secretariat by helping to convene discussions and think about how we can build constructive and efficient agendas, support WHO by bringing to our attention the regional and sub-regional opportunities. As I pointed out, it's a very global group, and each of the members of the TAG is a bridge to their respective networks, and we really want to be able to capitalize on that expertise and that experience. We'll also ask them to assess and report back annually to think about the progress that has been made on the recommendations from the implementation of the genomics program. One of the other activities that we've really started off, and it's I hope will be a very fruitful part of the initiatives, is launching a process of engagement with the regions and member states to conduct consultations, identify experiences, opportunities, priorities, challenges, and needs. We really want to make sure that any of the activities that we implement in the genomics program are bottom-up. They're fed in from information from the member states, and they reflect what the reality and the priorities are. I mentioned that we have 6 regional offices. Here you'll see how these regional offices are spread out. Earlier today, before I came to join this call on Zoom, we had all of the regional offices connect from the respective regional sites. So we have in Afro, we have colleagues in Brazzaville, we have Manila, we have New Delhi, we have Cairo, Copenhagen, and DC. Everybody connected, and we had a discussion with the TAG-G to identify how we could really try and organize regional consultations, at least, we hope at least to 3 regions before the summer 2024, and be able to take in all of that information and that precious information, and where can we make a difference? What are maybe some of the low-hanging fruits? What are some of the gaps? What are the priorities, and how they align with what we're hearing from the member states? In terms of the commitments to collaborative activities, one of the things that we've started doing is to have progressive engagement with various different initiatives and groups with expertise and interest in genomics. One of the things I would highlight is that we do want to make sure that we are not duplicative or redundant with any of the many excellent initiatives that are happening. So for that, we really need to understand and make sure that we're in tune and in frequent contact with many of these groups. The names that you see here on the slide are just some of the initial activities I will highlight. It does not mean to say that these are the only groups that we're talking about. Absolutely not. Why I'm highlighting these in particular is that because today, and in fact, while I speak, my colleague Elena Ambrosino is facilitating a session with the TAG-G and representatives of these groups. So it's initial contact, but making sure that we are complementary and that we can dovetail into existing initiatives. Finally, I've spoken about the need to promote ethical, legal, and equitable use of genomics technologies, and we do have, in particular, 2 initial areas that we are just starting to expand. The first one is to be able to develop WHO guiding principles for human genome data sharing. Now, there are some efforts that exist, and there is some existing literature. Other groups have started and been thinking about some of these consequences and the issues around this for a long time. We want to be able to try and pull this together to identify some global WHO guiding principles. The second area, which I think is critical, is to be able to develop an equity roadmap for the implementation of genomics technologies for global health. So what does equity look like when we talk about genomics technologies? One of the things we've been discussing quite a lot today has been the fact that health inequities and health inequalities are not just the juxtaposition between high-income countries and low- and middle-income countries, but of course they can be within any setting. You can have health inequalities. And so the examples that were cited, but there are many of them, we can think even in high-income countries such as Australia and Canada, there can be significant health inequities for indigenous populations, for example. And so we really want to be able to develop this theme around equity roadmap for the implementation of genomics technologies. So with that, I hope I've given you a little bit of a flavor of some of the very initial steps that we are taking. This is a nascent program. It's starting now. As I said, today is the first meeting of the TAG Genomics. So while we don't have concrete results to share, I hope this gives you a sense of the direction in which the World Health Organization is going. And with that, obviously, thank you very much. The contacts, in addition to myself, Ellen Ambrosino is really coordinating a lot of this work. And we can be reached at genomics@who.int. And with thanks to the invitation again to be able to share the work of the WHO. Thank you.
I have the pleasure of calling to the stage Raquel Yotti, General Secretary of Research at the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation. Welcome, Raquel.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's for me a great pleasure to have the opportunity to address you at the conclusion of this presidency conference, where we have had the chance to discuss the current challenges of personalized medicine. During these 2 days in Valencia, researchers, funding organizations, including charities, international research organizations, patients' organizations, and officials from the European Commission's altogether, we have been talking over some very timely topics of great interest. It is now accepted that more and better personalized approaches in medicine and healthcare are needed for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. And so several EU policies and initiatives concur with the need that funding and research are required for pushing forward this complex field. On the one hand, personalized medicine and personalized healthcare have been highlighted as a horizontal priority in the Horizon Europe Strategic Plan 2021-2024 and a main area for promoting international cooperation. On the other hand, personalized is on the backbone of several initiatives for building the European Health Union, such as the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and European Strategy for Data and European Health Data Space that will deliver better, more efficient and sustainable healthcare solutions. Personalized medicine represents an evolution of medicine, and for a successful application across healthcare systems, many challenges need to be overcome. And during these 2 days of conference, we have been discussing about challenges and also solutions to develop a personalized approach that can have a real impact on people's life. Yesterday, we discussed on how to improve research on cancer, to contribute to the cancer mission aimed at improving the lives of more than 3 million people by 2030. We saw examples of genomic strategies that can help with the prevention and diagnosis of diseases and solutions through, I think, very inspiring examples like the Impact Project, the Amadix Company, the IHI Project, Harmony Project, among many, many others. And these examples, these solutions, are here to improve the uptake of research outcomes to the market and clinical practice. And also, we were able to discuss challenges, among them the regulatory and ethical aspects, the complexity of sharing data, and the need of a patient-driven and multidisciplinary approaches. And to address these challenges, a collaborative European effort is required. And as an example of this collaborative effort, yesterday the new partnership in personalized medicine, EP-PERMED, was launched. Initiatives like these will help to facilitate and accelerate all steps of implementation through the full personalized medicine value continuum. Today, the sessions has been dedicated to facilitating research on that field through data ecosystems and research infrastructures, and by considering the 2 dimensions of international cooperation. These 2 aspects, infrastructures and international cooperations, are indeed key elements of the Spanish semester. The first session was highlighted current initiatives dedicated to serve as a database for genomic and image data, to establish the framework for a common European data space, and how it can be implemented. We have also shared national examples of data infrastructures aiming at providing best practices and highlight the role of research infrastructures as a tool for academia and industry in the health sector. For these infrastructures to be effective in their role, we have recently launched the Tenerife Declaration on Research Infrastructures, highlighting the need to foster open science policies, the global dimension of their activities, and the need to invest efforts to enhance international cooperation. International cooperation is also a transversal priority for us. When talking about personalized medicine, international cooperation is a key ingredient for robustness and effectiveness of new development. It is also instrumental for an effective deployment and uptake of solutions at global scale. And today we have gathered experts from both Africa and Latin America to hear first-person experiences and recommendations. Thank you for coming so far to Valencia and to share your ideas with us. Indeed, we are very thankful to all the speakers, chairs, and attendees for your generous contributions to the conference contents and for enable living discussions and creating a very inspiring atmosphere. We hope you have enjoyed the conversations and you have some food now for thought and, of course, for action, and leave home with a feeling of having built a community. It is also part of the objectives of this event. And to conclude, I would also like to stress the relevance of this conference precisely in the framework of the priorities of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union. And as you might probably know, in addition to the importance of the personalized medicine within our priorities, we also highlighted the relevance of science and innovation in the policy context. These 2 days we have spoken about improving research funding, aligning the regulatory framework, the relevance of end user, in this case the patient, but always citizens. All these issues have in their final part of the process a decision to be taken either by the public authorities or by the citizens themselves. During these months of our presidency, we have tried to ensure that these decisions are at least informed with the best scientific information available that is also accessible and understandable for the public to whom they're addressed and who must ultimately make these decisions. We also hope that this conference may serve as a baseline to our Belgian colleagues that are already working hard in organizing high-level conference on the same subject. Best luck and count on our support to the endeavor. Finally, let me especially thank the National Institute of Health Carlos III, the ISTI, for promoting the celebration of this conference and for their commitment with research in personalized medicine, supporting initiatives such as IMPACT or being a key player at the European level in initiatives like EP Permet. Thank you also to the Research Center Príncipe Felipe. Thank you for hosting the meeting and being so generous and open to all our proposals. And thank you, of course, to the FECYT team, the technicians and the assistants that have been working so hard these last 2 days and have made this conference a reality. Thank you very much. Now, I declare this conference officially closed and wish our Belgian colleagues a great success for their conference next year, and also wish you all a great continuation of the events to come. Otherwise, my best wishes for a safe return back home. Thank you very much.
And finally, through this video, we have the presence of José Manuel Miñones, Acting Spanish Ministry of Health, to conclude this event.
Expertos y participantes en esta conferencia de medicina personalizada, señoras y señores, en primer lugar, gracias, ministra. Gracias por organizar una reunión de este nivel para reflexionar e intercambiar experiencias sobre temas de tanto interés como son la evolución de la medicina personalizada, los desafíos en la prevención, el diagnóstico y tratamiento de cáncer o la estrategia basada en la innovación genómica. Y es así porque desde el Ministerio de Sanidad estamos trabajando muy vinculados a cada uno de estos temas a través del Plan Estratégico del PERTE de Salud de Vanguardia que se está ejecutando a un ritmo de crucero. Decía el doctor Santiago Ramón y Cajal, Premio Nobel de Medicina en 1906, que debemos cultivar la ciencia por sí misma sin considerar por el momento las aplicaciones, porque éstas llegan siempre. Y en este foro entendemos muy bien el sentido de estas palabras y la importancia de apostar siempre por nuevas fórmulas científicas que nos permitan seguir avanzando. Para ello necesitamos potenciar las bases de cualquier sistema sanitario del futuro, como son la ciencia y la tecnología, y que a lo largo de esta legislatura han tenido un importante protagonismo. Hace unos meses, en el Consejo de Ministros, aprobábamos la ampliación del PERTE de Salud de Vanguardia. Hoy ya es una realidad con el visto bueno que esta misma semana la Comisión Europea ha dado al proyecto presentado por España. Todo un hito. Esta ampliación nos permite, por ejemplo, reforzar nuestra respuesta frente a las enfermedades raras como la ELA. Entre los proyectos que ahora verán la luz, quiero resaltar la iniciativa del Plan Únicas, que busca generar una red de atención en toda España dirigida a las enfermedades raras en la infancia, que en el futuro pues, podremos extender a otro tipo de patologías. Este trabajo conjunto entre ministerios va a permitir impulsar la medicina personalizada en nuestro país a través de un nuevo entorno sanitario basado en la salud digital, una competencia necesaria cuando hablamos de medicina de precisión. Estamos hablando del Plan de Atención Digital Personalizada, de proyectos tractores para servicios digitales en salud o del desarrollo del Espacio Nacional de Datos de Salud con programas específicos como el Data Lake o la digitalización de la historia clínica. Todos ellos proyectos que supondrán un salto cuantitativo, pero también cualitativo de nuestro servicio de salud. Tenemos la necesidad de seguir avanzando en áreas como el diagnóstico precoz, el incremento de los cribados y la implementación de la cartera genómica de los servicios del Sistema Nacional de Salud. En este sentido, quiero compartir con ustedes que estamos trabajando en implementar la cartera de genómica del SNS a través del plan Genes. Es un plan que cuenta con la inversión necesaria para garantizar no solo el acceso al diagnóstico genético, sino también mejorar el almacenamiento, el procesamiento y el análisis de los datos, y a sabiendas de su importancia, pues desde luego esperamos aprobarlo pronto. Sabemos que todas estas acciones redundarán también en la mejora del acceso a la innovación farmacéutica en un momento en el que la I+D está cada vez más centrada en el desarrollo de terapias avanzadas para hacer frente a retos en patologías claves como es el cáncer. Recuerdo que cuando comencé a investigar en la facultad, mi director de tesis me repetía constantemente 3 palabras que han quedado grabadas en mi mente: ciencia, paciencia y conciencia. Son el único camino posible para alcanzar el objetivo que nos une a todos en esta reunión y que nosotros que seguir mejorando la vida de la gente. Muchas gracias y muy buena jornada a todas y a todos.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our two-day conference. On behalf of the organization of the conference on personalized, hey, you're still here, the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, we would like to especially thank all the speakers for their time, dedication, and enthusiasm put into this project. And to the audience, both all of you that are here and to those via streaming, thank you so much for watching. We believe it has been a fruitful meeting with experts from various areas of personalized medicine that were presented. We hope that this event has improved the knowledge and perspective we have on this new approach, and that it will soon become a reality for all of us. On behalf of myself and the team, I thank you very much and hope to see you very soon. Thank you.